Welcome to Barack Obama, the architect of hope. The story of the 44th President of the United States is an improbable narrative woven from the disparate threads of a rapidly changing world. It is a journey that spans vast geographical and cultural divides, from the volcanic shores of Hawaii and the crowded sensory streets of Jakarta, to the rigorous legal seminar rooms of Harvard and the unglamorous church basements of Chicago's South Side. This long-form biography audiobook offers an in-depth, chronological exploration of that journey. Moving far beyond the superficial soundbites of cable news and the rigid theater of modern political campaigns, we examine the structural mechanics of a historic rise to global power. We trace the slow, deliberate assembly of a modern elder statesman, exploring the profound questions of race, identity, and institutional power that shaped his worldview long before he ever set foot in the nation's capital. Over the next 10 chapters, you will experience a comprehensive retrospective on a presidency tested by unprecedented domestic and international emergencies. You will go inside the legislative battlegrounds of Springfield and Washington, relive the calculated, high-stakes strategy of the 2008 campaign, and sit within the quiet intensity of the Oval Office during moments of acute crisis. From the brink of a global economic collapse to the painstaking diplomacy of international breakthroughs, this production examines both the major pillars of his historic legacy and the deep human compromises required to lead a divided nation. This is more than a record of political policy. It is a searching examination of a life caught between multiple worlds and the enduring effort to bend the moral arc of history. Chapter 1. Honolulu to Jakarta, An Uncommon Childhood, 1961 to 1979. The Pacific Ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, vast and indifferent, its blue surface catching the light of a summer sun that seems to linger longer here than anywhere else on Earth. Hawaii sits at the center of that great expanse, a chain of volcanic islands risen from the ocean floor over millions of years, green and ancient and unlike any other place in the United States of America. It is a place where the world's cultures have long washed ashore, where the tides of history have carried people from Japan and China and the Philippines and Portugal, from the American mainland and the islands of Polynesia, all of them arriving on these shores and slowly, generation by generation, building something new. Something blended. Something that does not fit neatly into any single category. It is here, in this improbable place, on the 4th day of August in the year 1961, that a child is born who will one day carry all of that complexity within him, and carry it eventually all the way to the highest office in the world. His name is Barack Hussein Obama II. He is born at Kapiolani Maternity and Gynecological Hospital in Honolulu, the capital city of Hawaii, which has only just become the 50th state of the Union 2 years before his birth. His mother is Stanley Ann Dunham, a young woman of 18 years, pale-skinned and bright-eyed, and born in Wichita, Kansas, as American as wheat fields and open sky. His father is Barack Hussein Obama Sr., a man of 25 years, dark-skinned, and brilliant and ambitious, newly arrived from the shores of Lake Victoria in western Kenya on a scholarship that has carried him across the world to study economics at the University of Hawaii. They are, by any measure of the era, an unlikely pair. Interracial marriage is still illegal in 17 American states at the moment of their son's birth. The world into which this child arrives is one that has not yet fully decided what to do with people who cross the lines it has drawn so carefully between one kind of human being and another. But Hawaii is not quite the same as the rest of America. It has its own way of seeing, its own rhythms, its own understanding of what a person can be. Ann Dunham is, in many ways, a woman ahead of her time. She has grown up in a household shaped by her father Stanley Dunham, a man of restless energy who moves his family from city to city in search of opportunity, and her mother, Madeline Dunham, a woman of steadier temperament and remarkable practical intelligence who will one day become one of the first female bank vice presidents in the state of Hawaii. Anne inherits something from each of them: her father's curiosity and wandering spirit, her mother's quiet resolve. By the time she arrives in Honolulu with her family as a teenager, she is already reading widely, already asking questions that do not have easy answers, already drawn to the edges of things rather than their comfortable centers. Barack Obama Sr. is, in his own way, equally remarkable. He has grown up in the village of Kogelo, in the Nyanza province of western Kenya, in a family of the Luo people. His father, Hussein Onyango Obama, is a man of fierce intelligence and strong opinions, a cook and servant who worked for the British colonial administration and who raised his son with a demanding insistence on education and excellence. Barack Sr. shows from early childhood a mind that devours knowledge, mathematics, economics, ideas, argument. He wins a scholarship to study in Hawaii, and then another scholarship that will later take him to Harvard. He is the kind of man who enters a room and changes its atmosphere simply by being in it. Charismatic, restless, brilliant, and also, as his son will later acknowledge with unflinching honesty, deeply flawed in ways that will echo through the years. The marriage between Anne and Barack Sr. is brief. By the time their son is 2 years old, Barack Sr. has left Hawaii for Harvard, drawn by opportunity and by something less easy to name, a restlessness that will define his life and haunt his sons. He and Anne will eventually divorce, and Barack Sr. will return to Kenya, becoming a figure in young Barack's life defined largely by absence. He will visit his son only once, for a single month, when Barack is 10 years old. And yet his presence, or rather the weight of his absence, the stories told about him, the mythology that forms around a father who is not there, will shape his son in ways both seen and unseen for decades to come. For now, though, the boy is simply small and new and here. He is called Barry by his family, a nickname that fits the casual warmth of Hawaiian life more comfortably than the full formal weight of Barack. Barry Obama. He grows up in Honolulu in modest circumstances, cared for by his mother, and increasingly by his maternal grandparents, Stanley and Madeline Dunham, Gramps and Toot as he will come to call them, the latter nickname derived from the Hawaiian word for grandmother, tutu, which young Barry shortens to Toot in the way that small children rearrange the world sounds to suit themselves. Honolulu in the 1960s is a city of contradictions and collisions, a place where the scars of Pearl Harbor are still visible in living memory, where statehood is fresh and the tourist economy is growing rapidly, where ancient Hawaiian culture brushes constantly against the pressures of the modern American mainland. Barry grows up in apartment buildings and modest homes on the island of Oahu, attending school, playing on the beaches, absorbing the particular quality of light that falls on this part of the world, golden and warm, and suffused with the smell of saltwater and plumeria blossom. His mother, Anne, is his first and most enduring teacher. She is a woman who believes, with profound conviction, in the importance of education, in the value of hard work, and in the possibility of human connection across every line that society has drawn. She reads to her son constantly. She talks to him about the world, as if he is already capable of understanding its full complexity. She instills in him from the very beginning a sense that the world is large and interesting, and that it is worth understanding on its own terms, not merely as a backdrop against which personal ambitions are pursued. She is also, even in these early years, becoming something more than a young mother in a modest Honolulu apartment. She is following her own intellectual curiosity with increasing focus, drawn toward anthropology, toward the study of how people live and work and build meaning across different cultures. It is a path that will eventually take her to graduate school and to field work in distant places, and it will shape her son's worldview as profoundly as any formal education he will ever receive. When Barry is approximately 6 years old, Anne meets a man named Lolo Sotero. He is an Indonesian student studying geography at the University of Hawaii, a man of gentle manner and quiet competence, with dark eyes and a patient way of moving through the world. Anne and Lolo marry, and for a brief period, the small family lives together in Hawaii. A young woman from Kansas, a man from Java, and a 6-year-old boy who is already, without quite knowing it, accumulating a kind of worldly experience that most American children will never have. In 1967, Anne makes a decision that will mark her son's childhood as genuinely unlike almost any other in American political history. She decides to move with Lolo to Indonesia. Lolo has been recalled by the Indonesian government. It is the period following the upheaval of 1965, when the country is reorganizing itself under the tightening authority of President Suharto, and Indonesians who have been studying abroad are required to return. Anne follows her husband, and she brings her son with her. Barry Obama, 6 years old, leaves the only world he has ever known and steps into another one entirely. Jakarta in 1967 is a city in the midst of enormous transformation, a sprawling, chaotic, beautiful capital of a nation that is itself in the process of becoming. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago, a country of thousands of islands spread across a vast stretch of ocean, home to hundreds of distinct languages and cultures and ethnicities, unified by a common national identity that is still, in many ways, being worked out in real time. Jakarta itself is a city of extremes, of red-roofed houses and open sewers, of market stalls overflowing with tropical fruit, and government buildings where the future of a vast nation is being decided behind closed doors. It is loud, pungent, alive with a kind of energy that is quite unlike the measured warmth of Honolulu. For a 6-year-old boy from Hawaii, it is overwhelming. It is also magnificent. The family settles in the Menteng Dalam neighborhood, a quiet residential area of South Jakarta where Lolo and Anne set up a home that is modest by any standard. A small house with a back garden where Lolo keeps, at various times, chickens and ducks, and a small menagerie of other animals that young Barry tends to with a combination of fascination and wariness. There is a crocodile, at one point, kept in a pond out back. There are birds of brilliant color. There is the constant background music of a Jakarta neighborhood, the call to prayer from the nearby mosque, the sounds of children playing in unpaved lanes, the distant rumble of the city going about its enormous business. Barry enrolls in a local Indonesian school, the Sekolah Dasar Katolik Santo Franciscus Assisi, a Catholic primary school where instruction is conducted in Bahasa Indonesia, the national language, which Barry does not speak when he arrives. The adjustment is immediate and total. There is no slow easing into the new language, no special accommodation for the American boy, who doesn't yet understand what his teacher is saying. He simply sits in the classroom and listens, day after day, and gradually the sounds begin to resolve into meaning. Within a year, he is fluent. This is one of the extraordinary quiet facts about Barack Obama's childhood, the ease and speed with which he enters new worlds, absorbs new languages and customs, and finds a way to belong. It is a skill born partly of necessity, and partly, perhaps, of some innate quality of attention and adaptability, a willingness to let the new world in rather than holding it at a careful distance. He attends a second school in Jakarta as well, SDSEC, and later the government school, SDN Menteng 01, where his classmates are Indonesian children from a wide range of backgrounds, where the lessons are conducted according to the Indonesian national curriculum, and where the daily reality of a developing country is present in every corner of the experience. Barry plays with neighborhood children in the lanes around the house. He learns to bargain at the market. He learns to navigate the social codes of a culture quite different from the one in which he was born. He learns, above all, what it means to be genuinely foreign, to be the person who does not quite fit, who must earn his place through patience and curiosity, rather than through any simple claim of belonging. Lolo Sotero is a significant figure in these years. He is a kind and steady presence, a man who teaches young Barry to box, taking the boy out into the back garden and showing him how to stand, how to hold his hands, how to absorb a blow without going down, and who also teaches him, through the example of his own life, something harder to name. Lolo has lived through the violence of 1965, has known what it is to survive in a country going through upheaval, has learned the practical wisdom of a man who understands that power is real, and that the safest path through the world is sometimes the one that asks fewer questions. He is not a cynical man, but he is a realistic one, and the lessons he imparts to his stepson carry that quality of hard-won, unromantic experience. Anne watches these lessons with a complex attention. She loves Lolo. She respects his steadiness and his care for her son. But she is also, in these years, becoming increasingly committed to her own intellectual and moral vision. A vision that does not always sit comfortably with the accommodations and compromises of practical life in Suharto's Indonesia. She works for the American Embassy, teaching English. She begins her fieldwork. She argues with Lolo about politics and values, and the proper way to raise a son. She is a woman who believes, against all evidence of how the world actually works, that it is possible to move through it without surrendering the essential core of your convictions. It is Anne who insists on Barry's American education, even while he is living in Jakarta. She wakes him at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 days a week, to sit with her at the kitchen table and work through correspondence courses from an American school. It is dark outside. The city has not yet begun its morning noise. Barry is tired and sometimes reluctant, and Anne is firm. She knows that her son's future depends on an education that reaches beyond the Indonesian national curriculum, and she is not willing to let geography or inconvenience stand in the way of that. She teaches him to read American books, to think in American terms, to hold on to the thread of a larger world, even as he is fully immersed in a smaller one. In these quiet dawn sessions, something important is being built between mother and son, a bond of shared intellectual effort that will sustain them both through the complicated years ahead. Anne talks to Barry not just about facts and figures, but about values, about the importance of treating people with dignity, about the meaning of honesty and hard work and compassion, about what it means to be a good person in a world that is full of pressures and temptations to be something less. She does not lecture. She converses. She asks her son questions and listens to his answers with genuine attention, as if what he thinks already matters, as if the child at the kitchen table in the pre-dawn darkness of Jakarta is already a person whose interior life deserves to be taken seriously. He is. Indonesia leaves its mark on Barry Obama in ways that will take years to fully understand. He will later describe this period of his life with a kind of grateful wonder, the wonder of someone who has been given, at a young age, an education that no school could provide. He has seen poverty up close, the kind of grinding structural poverty that exists in a country still finding its way out of colonial history and into something more its own. He has seen what a government looks like when it does not fully serve its people. He has seen the resilience and creativity and warmth of people who have almost nothing in material terms, and yet who build lives of real richness and meaning. He has seen all of this not through a television screen or a textbook, but through the window of a house in South Jakarta, in the lanes where he plays, in the markets where he shops, in the faces of the children who are his classmates and neighbors. He has also, in these years in Indonesia, begun to confront, without yet having the language for it, the question of who he is. He is neither fully Indonesian nor fully American. He is neither the African his father was, nor the Midwestern white American that his mother's family represents. He is something that the world does not yet have a clean category for, something that sits at the intersection of multiple identities and belongs, in some sense, to all of them and to none of them entirely. This is an uncomfortable thing to be when you are a child. It will become, over time, the very thing that makes him remarkable. When Barry is around 10 years old, Anne makes a decision that once again reshapes his world. She has a daughter now, Maya Sodaro, born in 1970, Barry's half-sister, a small and cheerful presence in the household. But Anne is increasingly focused on her academic work, on the field work that will eventually become her doctoral dissertation on the village industries of Java. She concludes that Barry's education requires something that Jakarta, even with the correspondence courses and the early morning kitchen table lessons, cannot fully provide. She decides to send him back to Hawaii. It is a decision that requires an act of extraordinary trust in her own parents, who will receive their grandson in Honolulu and raise him while Anne remains in Indonesia, and trust in her son, who is being asked to once again step out of one world and into another, this time without his mother beside him. Barry Obama arrives back in Honolulu and moves in with his grandparents, Stanley and Madeline Dunham, who are living in a modest apartment on Baratania Street. He enrolls at Punahou School, one of the most prestigious private schools in Hawaii, on a scholarship, the school where he will spend the remaining years of his secondary education, from 5th grade through graduation. Punahou is a world unlike anything Barry has encountered before. Founded in 1841 by Protestant missionaries, it sits on a beautiful campus in Honolulu, green and spacious, its buildings arranged among ancient volcanic rock and flowering trees. It is academically rigorous and socially comfortable, a school attended largely by the children of Hawaii's professional class, many of them white or part white, most of them from backgrounds of relative privilege. It is, by Hawaiian standards, an elite institution. And Barry Obama, the biracial kid who has spent 3 years living in Jakarta, who speaks Bahasa Indonesia and knows how to bargain at a market and has tended crocodiles in a backyard pond, is now navigating its hallways. He is not, at this point in his life, a child of obvious hardship. His grandparents provide for him with love and genuine care. Toot, Madeline, is a woman of formidable competence, working long hours at the bank, managing the household with quiet efficiency, making sure that Barry has what he needs even when resources are limited. Gramps, Stanley, is warmer, more expansive, a man who loves jazz and poetry and conversation, who takes his grandson to the beach and to basketball games, and who fills the apartment with his particular brand of cheerful, incorrigible optimism. But there is, beneath the surface of these years, a loneliness that Barry carries quietly. His mother is in Indonesia. His father is in Kenya, a figure known almost entirely through stories and a single faded photograph. He is living with grandparents who love him genuinely, but who are also, unmistakably, of a different generation and a different world. And he is attending a school where almost no one looks like him, where the question of his racial identity, which has always been present in some background sense, now moves to the foreground of daily experience. He is one of only a handful of black students at Punahou. He is navigating, for the first time, in a sustained and daily way, the particular experience of being black in a predominantly white institution. The small moments of assumption and misunderstanding, the pressure to represent something larger than yourself, the complex social calculus of a teenager who is trying to understand where he fits and who he is. He is smart enough to observe all of this clearly, and young enough that the clarity is sometimes painful. He plays basketball. Basketball becomes, in these years, both a social passport and a kind of private sanctuary, a place where the questions of identity that haunt his daily life temporarily dissolve into the pure physical language of the game. He is good at it, and more importantly, he loves it with the full, unguarded love that young people reserve for the things that make them feel most completely themselves. He plays at the Punahou courts. He plays at public parks around Honolulu. He plays in the early morning and in the long Hawaiian evenings, in pickup games where the social rules are different from the ones that govern school hallways and classroom discussions. His grandfather takes him, during these years, to visit a man named Frank Marshall Davis, a Black American poet and writer who has settled in Honolulu, an old man by the time Barry knows him, but one whose long life has carried him through the great upheavals of 20th century Black American experience. Frank becomes a kind of a regular mentor, a voice that offers Barry something he cannot find at Punahou or in his grandparents' apartment: the perspective of a Black man who has lived inside American history, who has watched it and been shaped by it, and who does not offer comfortable reassurances about how it all works out in the end. Their conversations are irregular and not always comfortable, and Barry absorbs them with the attentiveness of someone who is hungry for exactly this kind of unvarnished witness. His mother returns from Indonesia periodically, bringing Maya with her, and these visits are suffused with a particular warmth and a particular complexity. Anne is not a woman who apologizes for the choices she has made, and her choices have been genuinely unusual. She has traded the conventional path for a life of intellectual purpose and cultural immersion, and she has, in the process, created a family structure that is anything but conventional. She loves her son with completeness and without reservation. She is also absent in ways that leave their mark. Barry loves her back with the same completeness and the same complexity. He is, in these years, developing the capacity for a particular kind of emotional intelligence, the ability to hold contradictory feelings at once, to love someone and also feel the weight of their absence, to be grateful for a life of unusual richness, and also to feel the loneliness that comes with not quite belonging anywhere in a simple, uncomplicated way. He reads during these years. He reads widely and hungrily, in the way of young people who are searching for something in books that they cannot yet find in the world around them. He reads African American writers, James Baldwin, Ralph Ellison, Langston Hughes, Richard Wright, and finds in their pages a language for experiences that he has felt but not yet been able to name. He reads Malcolm X and is shaken by the force of that voice, the uncompromising clarity of its anger and its vision. He reads W.E.B. Du Bois and encounters the concept of double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt, and recognizes in it something that has been true of his own experience without his ever having words for it. He is, in the language of those he is reading, a young Black man in America trying to figure out what that means. He is also, in the language of his own life, something more complicated than that formulation captures. A young man who is Black and white, and Kansan and Kenyan and Hawaiian and Indonesian, who has lived inside multiple worlds and belongs completely to none of them, who is still, at 15 and 16 and 17 years old, assembling the self that will one day step out of all this complexity into something like clarity. His father visits when Barry is 10 years old. It is the only extended time they will ever spend together, and it is strange and significant and laced with an emotional weight that the 10-year-old Barry can feel but not fully process. Barack Sr. arrives in Honolulu in December, thin and moving with a cane. He has been seriously injured in a car accident in Kenya, and he stays for a month in the apartment on Baratania Street. He is brilliant and forceful and exacting, a man who fills whatever room he is in with the full force of his personality. He gives his son a basketball. He speaks to his son's class at Punahou about Kenya and about African culture and about the dignity and beauty of his homeland. Young Barry watches his classmates look at his father with respect and something approaching awe, and for a brief, luminous moment, the missing father becomes real, becomes a presence rather than an absence, a man rather than a myth. And then he is gone. Barack Sr. returns to Kenya, and Barry does not see him again. Barack Hussein Obama Sr. will die in Nairobi in 1982, killed in another car accident, before his son has had the chance to know him as an adult, before the conversations that might have resolved something of the mystery can ever take place. The father will remain for his son, a question that cannot be fully answered, a presence defined by its own absence, an inheritance that must be assembled from fragments and stories and the imagination's patient work. Barry Obama graduates from Punahou School in the spring of 1979. He is 17 years old, soon to turn 18. He is tall and lean, with his father's sharp cheekbones and his mother's watchful eyes. He is a young man of considerable intelligence and not inconsiderable confusion, someone who has lived more broadly than almost any of his classmates, and who is still, in some essential way, searching for the thread that will tie all of that breadth into something coherent. He will find that thread, eventually. He will find it in college and in community organizing, and in law school, and in the work of public service that will become his life's defining commitment. He will find it through years of patient, difficult, sometimes painful self-examination, through a willingness to sit with the hard questions about race and identity and belonging that most people spend their lives avoiding. But that is ahead of him. For now, he is simply standing at the edge of a new beginning, the Pacific Ocean spread out behind him, the rest of the world stretched out ahead, the long, improbable story of his life still in its opening pages. The boy from Honolulu, the boy who has also been a boy from Jakarta, a boy from his grandparents' apartment, a boy from the basketball courts, and the pre-dawn kitchen table, and the pages of books that told him who he might become, is about to step out into a country that does not yet know his name. It will learn it. The Scholar's Search, Columbia, Chicago, and Harvard, 1979 to 1991. There is a particular kind of freedom that arrives with leaving, the kind that is inseparable from its opposite, from the weight of everything being left behind. When Barack Obama boards a plane in Honolulu in the late summer of 1979 and flies east across the continental United States toward Los Angeles, he carries with him the accumulated textures of a childhood that has been, by any measure, extraordinary in its breadth and its complexity. He carries Hawaii in his body, in the ease of his posture, in the unhurried quality of his attention, in the way he has learned to move through worlds without demanding that they rearrange themselves for his comfort. He carries Indonesia in some quieter, deeper place, in the understanding of poverty and resilience that comes not from reading about such things, but from having lived alongside them. He carries his mother's voice at 4 a.m, patient and insistent across a kitchen table in Jakarta. He carries the ghost of a father he has met only once. He carries all of this onto the plane, and none of it is visible from the outside. And that invisibility is, in its own way, the central challenge of the years ahead. He enrolls first at Occidental College in Los Angeles, a small liberal arts school set in the hills of Eagle Rock in the northeastern corner of the city, a campus of Spanish colonial architecture and flowering jacaranda trees, intimate in scale and intellectually alive in the way that small colleges can be when they are working well. It is 1979, and the country that Barry Obama arrives in as a college freshman is a country in transition, uncertain of itself in ways that it has not been for a generation. The Vietnam War has ended in a way that still stings. The energy crisis has made ordinary Americans feel the fragility of their prosperity in new and unsettling ways. Iran has humiliated the Carter administration. Inflation is eating at the edges of middle-class life. And on the horizon, barely visible yet but gathering force, is the political movement that will become Ronald Reagan's presidency. A movement built on the promise of a return to certainty, to American confidence, to a vision of the country as a place of limitless individual possibility in which the complications of history need not be dwelt upon too heavily. Barry Obama is not yet, at 18, a political thinker in any systematic sense. But he is a young man of acute observation and genuine curiosity, and he arrives at Occidental at a moment when the political world is providing no shortage of material to observe and think about. He is known at Occidental as Barry. He drinks beer and smokes cigarettes and occasionally something stronger, with the casual, slightly performative ease of a young man who is still auditioning different versions of himself to see which one fits. He has friends across a wide social range: black students and white students and international students, athletes and intellectuals, the serious-minded and the irreverent. He is charming in a way that does not demand anything from the people around him, that allows them to feel at ease without requiring them to be something other than what they are. It is a social gift, this quality, and it will serve him well for the rest of his life, though he does not yet recognize it as such. He is also, beneath the social ease and the casual college pleasures, doing something more serious and more sustained. He is reading. He is thinking. He is, in the slow and sometimes painful way of young people who are genuinely reckoning with who they are, working through the question of his own identity with increasing urgency. The books that he has been reading since his Punahou years, Baldwin, Ellison, Du Bois, Malcolm X, have given him frameworks, but frameworks are not the same as answers. He knows, intellectually, something about the history of Black Americans in this country, about the structures of race and power that have shaped that history. He is less certain about what all of that means for him specifically, for someone whose biography does not fit neatly into any of the narratives those frameworks were built to describe. He speaks at Occidental, one of his first experiences of public political speech, at a rally organized in support of the movement to pressure the college to divest from companies doing business in apartheid South Africa. It is a small moment in the grand sweep of his story, but it is significant. He steps to the microphone, young and earnest, and he speaks, and something happens. The crowd responds. The words land with a force that is not just about the words themselves, but about something in the way he delivers them. A quality of conviction, of presence, of connection between the person speaking and the people listening that is, even at this early stage, recognizable as something more than ordinary. He will later describe the experience with characteristic self-awareness, noting how quickly the intoxication of a crowd's response can become its own kind of trap, its own reason to perform rather than to mean what you say. But the moment plants a seed. After 2 years at Occidental, Obama transfers to Columbia University in New York City. It is 1981, and he is 20 years old, and the decision to transfer is part of a broader shift in how he is thinking about his life and his purposes. He is drawn to Columbia partly for its academic reputation and partly for New York itself, for what the city represents, for the sense that it is closer to the center of the world's serious business than the pleasant hills of Eagle Rock. New York in 1981 is not the New York of later decades, not the cleaned-up, prosperous, aggressively gentrified city that it will eventually become. It is a city in real difficulty. The fiscal crisis of the 1970s has left deep marks. The streets of Harlem and the South Bronx carry the visible evidence of disinvestment and neglect. Abandoned buildings, broken infrastructure, the particular texture of neighborhoods where poverty has settled in and made itself permanent. Central Park, which will later become a symbol of urban renewal and civic pride, is in these years still a place of genuine danger after dark. The subway is covered in graffiti from floor to ceiling of every car, a kind of involuntary public art that speaks to a city struggling to maintain control of its own spaces. Obama arrives in this city and is immediately, unmistakably, in a new kind of world. He finds a small apartment in Harlem, at first, before eventually settling near the Columbia campus on the Upper West Side. He walks the city. He takes the subway. He sees with the same quality of attentive, unhurried observation that he has been developing since his years in Jakarta, what a great American city looks like when its promises have not been fully kept, when the gap between what the country says it is and what it actually offers to many of its citizens is visible in every block, in every face, in every boarded-up storefront and overcrowded emergency room. He becomes, in these New York years, a different kind of person than he has been at Occidental. He pulls back from the social ease of his first 2 college years and enters a period of more serious, more solitary reckoning. He cuts back on the drinking and the smoking. He runs in the park in the early mornings. He reads with the focused intensity of someone who has understood that books are not entertainment, but equipment, tools for thinking, tools for understanding the world well enough to eventually act in it with some measure of competence and moral seriousness. He keeps a journal. He writes, in the tentative exploratory way of young writers who are not yet sure what their subject is, but who sense that the act of writing is itself a way of finding out. He is, in these Columbia years, also grappling, still always, with the question of race and identity. New York forces this question in ways that Hawaii and even Los Angeles have not. The city's racial geography is explicit and physical. The neighborhoods are distinct, the lines between them are real. And the daily experience of being a black man in New York in the early 1980s carries a weight that cannot be intellectualized away. He is stopped by police. He is regarded with suspicion in certain spaces and with particular kinds of expectation in others. He moves through a city that sees his skin before it sees anything else about him. And he navigates this with the equanimity of someone who has been thinking about these questions long enough to have developed a kind of working relationship with the discomfort they produce. It is also during the Columbia years that he receives word of his father's death. Barack Hussein Obama Sr. dies in Nairobi in November 1982, killed in a car accident at the age of 46. He is, by the time of his death, a man whose brilliant early promise has not been fully realized. A man who has drunk too much and married too many times, and made enemies where he might have made allies, and ended his days in a difficult, diminished state, quite unlike the powerful, charismatic figure who had once electrified a classroom at Punahou by simply walking into it and speaking about his homeland. His son, 21 years old, hears the news and feels the particular grief of losing someone who was already, in the most fundamental sense, lost. The grief not of losing a father, but of losing the possibility of ever fully knowing one. It is a grief that folds into the ongoing work of self-understanding, that adds a new dimension of urgency to the question of who this man, Barack Obama Sr., actually was, and what of him lives on in his son. Obama graduates from Columbia in 1983 with a degree in political science, concentrating in international relations. He is 22 years old and possessed of a fine education and a genuine uncertainty about what to do with it. He applies, in the months after graduation, for jobs in community organizing, for positions that would place him at the ground level of social change, in direct contact with the people whose lives the political ideas he has been studying are meant in theory to improve. He does not find such a position immediately. He works in the interim at a research firm, writing for a newsletter on international business and finance, work that is competent and reasonably well paid and entirely uninspiring to a young man who has come to believe that the life of ideas is only meaningful if it connects eventually to the life of action. He keeps applying. He keeps writing letters. And eventually, in 1985, a letter arrives back. The letter comes from an organization called the Developing Communities Project, based in the South Side of Chicago. The organization is part of a network of faith-based community organizations working in low-income neighborhoods, the kind of work that takes place far from the corridors of power, in church basements and community centers, in conversations with residents of neighborhoods that the larger city has largely decided to stop paying attention to. They are looking for someone to come to Chicago and help them organize. They are offering very little money and a great deal of difficulty. Obama accepts. He is 23 years old when he arrives in Chicago. He knows almost no one. He has a used car and a modest salary and a sense of purpose that is still more aspiration than reality. He moves into a small apartment and begins the work that will, in many ways, shape everything that follows. The work of community organizing on the south side of Chicago, in neighborhoods shaped by the steel mills that have closed and the jobs that have disappeared, and the disinvestment that follows when an economy decides that certain people and certain places are no longer worth attending to. Chicago is, in 1985, a city of enormous vitality and enormous inequality. It is Harold Washington's Chicago, Washington having become, in 1983, the city's first black mayor, winning a bitterly contested election that has energized the African American community and exposed, in doing so, the depth of the racial fault lines that run through this city as through every major American city. Obama arrives in the aftermath of that election, in a city where the political air is still charged with the energy of what Washington's victory has meant and the ongoing struggle of what it will take to sustain it. He works in the neighborhoods of Altgeld Gardens and Roseland and West Pullman, communities that have been built around the steel industry and are now living in the aftermath of its collapse. The plants have closed. The jobs have gone. The men who built their lives around those jobs are dealing with the consequences in ways that range from dignified resilience to quiet despair. The young people growing up in these neighborhoods are doing so in conditions that the country, from the comfortable distance of its news broadcasts and political debates, prefers not to look at too directly. Obama's job is to go into these communities and help the residents identify what they need and organize to demand it. It sounds simple, and it is in practice enormously difficult. Community organizing is not a glamorous enterprise. It is conducted in living rooms and church halls and community center meeting rooms. It requires an almost inhuman patience with the slowness of institutional change, with the way that organizations resist the very things they claim to want, with the gap between what people say they will do and what they actually do when the moment of commitment arrives. It requires the ability to listen, really listen, in the way that allows people to feel genuinely heard, and then to transform what you've heard into a plan of action that people will actually follow through on. Obama is not immediately good at this work. He makes mistakes that he will later describe with characteristic candor. He is too intellectual at times, too abstract, bringing frameworks and theories to conversations that require something simpler and more direct. He talks when he should listen. He plans when he should ask. He learns, slowly and through failure, as much as through success, what it actually means to organize people rather than to simply persuade them. But he also has genuine gifts that this work draws out. He is a superb listener when he brings his full attention to it. He has an unusual capacity for sitting with people whose lives are very different from the one he has come from, and making them feel that their concerns are not just acknowledged, but genuinely understood. He has the patience, when he deploys it, to stay with a problem long enough to see its real shape, rather than its apparent shape. And he has, already, the ability to speak in a way that makes people feel that their individual experience is part of something larger, that the struggles of a single family in Altgeld Gardens are connected to something that matters beyond the borders of that one neighborhood and that one city. He works on specific campaigns, fighting for job training programs, pushing the city to remove asbestos from public housing, working to establish a tutoring program for young people in the neighborhood. The victories are modest in scale and enormous in meaning to the people they touch. He learns what it feels like to sit across from a city official who would prefer not to be in the meeting, and to make the case, calmly and with documented evidence, and with the organized presence of residents who have shown up to be counted, for why something needs to change. He learns what it feels like when the change happens, even partially, even inadequately, the particular satisfaction of a concrete improvement in a real person's daily life, however small. He also learns, in these Chicago years, the limits of what community organizing can accomplish without political power. He watches the Harold Washington administration struggle, and eventually, with Washington's sudden death from a heart attack in 1987, collapse back into the factional politics that Washington had temporarily transcended. He watches the way that good intentions and genuine grassroots energy can be defeated by the machinery of institutional resistance, by city bureaucracies and aldermanic politics, and the simple, brute fact that people without economic power have less leverage than people with it, regardless of how well they organize. He concludes, gradually and then with increasing conviction, that the work he wants to do in the world will require a different kind of platform. That the law, specifically, is an arena he needs to enter. He applies to law school. He applies to several, and he is accepted at Harvard Law School. And in the summer of 1988, before he begins his studies in Cambridge, he does something that he has been building toward for years without fully knowing it. He travels to Kenya. It is the first time he has ever set foot on the continent of his father's birth, in the country where his father was born and died. He goes to Nairobi. He meets his father's family, half-siblings and aunts, and his grandmother, Sarah Obama, whom he will come to call Granny, a small, strong, deeply dignified woman who welcomes her American grandson with a warmth that moves him profoundly. He visits his father's grave, a simple plot in the village of Alego, and sits beside it in the African afternoon and speaks for the first time to the man who shaped his life by his absence. It is a journey of extraordinary emotional richness and complexity. He is meeting for the first time, in any sustained way, the other half of himself, the African half, the Kenyan half, the Luo half that has always been present in his name and his face and his family story, but that he has never been able to inhabit directly. He hears stories about his father from people who knew him as a young man, as a student, as a brilliant and difficult and deeply human figure, quite unlike the mythology that has surrounded him in his son's imagination. He begins in Kenya the work of assembling a more complete and more honest picture of Barack Obama Sr., a picture that includes the flaws and the failures alongside the gifts and the brilliance, a picture that makes the man more real, and in being more real, more possible to genuinely grieve. He also finds, in Kenya, something that he will carry back with him to Harvard and beyond, a deeper sense of the African side of his inheritance, of what it means to belong to a community, to a clan, to a web of obligation and love and shared history that extends far beyond the individual. It is a sense of rootedness, quite different from anything he has experienced in his American life. And it does not fully transplant. It cannot fully transplant because his life is American, and his future is American. And the Kenya he is visiting is not the Kenya of his father's childhood, but a contemporary country navigating its own enormous complexities. But something of it stays with him. Something of the understanding of what community actually means, at the level of lived daily experience rather than political theory, comes home with him across the Atlantic. He arrives at Harvard Law School in the fall of 1988. He is 27 years old, which is on the older end for a first-year law student, and he arrives with a gravity and a purposefulness that distinguishes him immediately from classmates who have come to law school as a more conventional next step after college. He has spent 3 years in the neighborhoods of Chicago's South Side. He has sat in the living rooms of families dealing with asbestos poisoning and unemployment and the absence of any meaningful institutional response to their needs. He has stood in church basements and made arguments and listened to counter-arguments and tried to build something out of the raw material of human will and communal frustration. He is not a typical law student, and the faculty and his fellow students notice this relatively quickly. Harvard Law School, in the late 1980s, is an institution in a particular kind of productive ferment. The school is home to ongoing debates about the nature and purpose of law itself, about whether legal reasoning is the objective, neutral process it presents itself as being, or whether it is inevitably shaped by the social and political contexts in which it operates. The critical legal studies movement and its offshoot, critical race theory, are active and controversial presences in the intellectual life of the school. These are not merely academic debates. They are arguments about power and justice and whose interests the law actually serves. Arguments that connect directly to the experiences Obama has been accumulating on the South Side of Chicago. He throws himself into his studies with the focused intensity that has characterized his best intellectual efforts since his mother sat across from him at that kitchen table in Jakarta. He is not a showy student, not the kind who dominates seminars by volume of contribution. He is the kind who listens carefully and then speaks precisely, who brings to an argument a clarity and a groundedness that reflects both the depth of his reading and the weight of his practical experience. His professors notice him. His classmates notice him. He is elected in February of 1990 as president of the Harvard Law Review, the first African American ever chosen for that position in the journal's 104-year history. The election is conducted, as Harvard Law Review elections are, by the journal's editors themselves, and it is genuinely competitive and genuinely contested, and Obama wins it not through political maneuvering, but through the force of his intellectual presence and his ability to build consensus across the ideological divides that fracture the journal's membership. The conservative editors trust him because he listens to their arguments seriously. The liberal editors trust him because his values are unmistakably their own. The ability to hold multiple groups in a relationship of productive trust will become, in time, one of the defining characteristics of his political career, and its first significant public demonstration is here, in the offices of the Harvard Law Review. The election makes news. It makes national news, in fact, a brief but genuine moment of public attention. Articles in newspapers across the country about this young black man from Hawaii who has just been chosen to lead the most prestigious student law journal in the nation. He gives interviews. He is thoughtful and measured, and already, at 28 years old, displaying the quality of public presence that will eventually carry him much further than any of the journalists writing about him in 1990 can quite imagine. He is offered a book contract. A publisher, struck by the historic nature of his election and by the evident quality of his mind, approaches him about writing a memoir, about telling the story of his life and his search for identity. He accepts. He will work on the book on and off through the remaining years of his legal career and his early political life, and it will eventually be published in 1995 under the title Dreams from My Father, a book of such honesty and literary ambition that it will astonish readers who expect political autobiography and find instead something closer to a genuine work of literature, a sustained and searching examination of race and identity and family and the meaning of belonging that stands by any measure as one of the most remarkable first books by an American public figure in the modern era. But that is still ahead. For now, he is finishing his final year at Harvard Law School, preparing to graduate magna cum laude, preparing to return to Chicago, not to the corporate law firms that are eager to recruit him, not to the federal clerkships that are available to top graduates of elite law schools, but back to the South Side, back to the community that he left for Cambridge 3 years ago and that he has always intended to return to. He graduates from Harvard Law School in the spring of 1991. He is 29 years old. He has been, in the 12 years since leaving Honolulu, a college student in Los Angeles and a resident of Harlem and a community organizer in some of the most disadvantaged neighborhoods in the American Midwest, and a law student at the most prestigious law school in the world. He has visited Kenya and stood at his father's grave and met the family that his father's absence made abstract, and has begun the long, necessary work of making peace with the man who gave him his name and his face and very little else in the way of daily presence or guidance. He has been shaped by all of it, by the warmth of the Hawaiian beaches and the noise of Jakarta's streets and the quiet of New York mornings and the church basements of the South Side and the seminar rooms of Cambridge. He has been shaped by his mother's insistence on the importance of honest, serious engagement with the world. He has been shaped by his grandparents' steady, unglamorous love. He has been shaped by the books he has read and the people he has listened to, and the failures he has survived, and the small victories he has helped to bring about in the lives of people who had no reason to expect them. He is heading back to Chicago. He is heading back to a city and a community that is about to become the ground on which the rest of his story is built. The scholar's search, the search conducted through libraries and law school journals and Kenyan gravesides and Southside church basements, is not over. It will never be entirely over. But it is entering a new phase. The phase in which the ideas become action. The phase in which the search begins to find what it has been looking for. Organizing the streets, laying roots in Illinois, 1991 to 1996. Chicago receives him back without ceremony. That is the city's way. It does not pause for arrivals or departures, does not soften its edges for anyone returning with a Harvard degree and a sense of purpose. It simply continues, vast and layered and indifferent, its neighborhoods arranged like the rings of a tree, each one carrying within it the record of a particular history, a particular migration, a particular negotiation between aspiration and circumstance. The South Side is still the South Side, still the place of boarded storefronts and church steeples and children playing in the shadow of public housing towers, still the place where the collapse of the steel industry has left its long, unhealed wound across the fabric of community life. Barack Obama comes back to this city in the summer of 1991, knowing or believing he knows what he wants from it. What he does not yet fully know is what it will ask from him in return. He joins the Chicago office of a civil rights law firm, Davis, Minor, Barnhill, and Galland, a small, serious practice with a long record of work on voting rights and employment discrimination and fair housing litigation. It is the kind of firm that could only exist in a city with Chicago's particular political history, the kind that draws lawyers who have decided that the law is not primarily a mechanism for generating fees, but a tool for contesting power on behalf of people who have very little of it. He works there as an associate, handling cases that range from neighborhood economic development to challenges to discriminatory lending practices to the kind of granular, unglamorous voting rights work that rarely attracts attention, but that shapes in aggregate the conditions under which democracy either functions or fails for ordinary people. He is a good lawyer. The qualities that made him an effective community organizer, the careful listening, the ability to understand a situation from multiple angles simultaneously, the patience with complexity, the gift for making the abstract concrete, serve him equally well in the practice of law, where the distance between a legal argument and a lived human reality is something that good attorneys learn to bridge and mediocre ones never quite manage. His colleagues find him serious and thoughtful, a presence in the office that is notable not for its volume, but for its quality of attention. He is not a man who needs to dominate a conversation to shape it. He also teaches. He joins the faculty of the University of Chicago Law School as a lecturer, teaching a seminar on race and the law that draws on everything he has been reading and thinking and experiencing since those first encounters with Baldwin and Du Bois in his Punahou bedroom. The University of Chicago is, in the intellectual landscape of American law, a particular kind of institution, a place with a strong tradition of law and economic scholarship, of rigorous free market analysis applied to legal questions, not naturally the most comfortable home for the kind of social justice concerns that have driven Obama's career choices. He navigates this with the same capacity for cross-ideological engagement that distinguished him at Harvard, earning the respect of colleagues whose political assumptions differ substantially from his own, by engaging their arguments seriously and on their own terms rather than dismissing them in favor of more congenial frameworks. He teaches at Chicago on and off for 12 years. His students remember him as a teacher of unusual quality, someone who creates in a classroom the same quality of productive tension that he has been practicing in community meeting rooms and law offices, who pushes people to examine the assumptions beneath their arguments and to understand how those arguments land differently depending on where you are standing when you hear them. He does not teach in order to convert. He teaches in order to complicate, to expand, to make the room a little more honest about its own blind spots. But the pull of politics is becoming harder to resist. It has been building for years, since the rally at Occidental, since the church basements of Altgeld Gardens, since the election to the Harvard Law Review, and the national attention that followed it. Obama has been circling the question of whether to enter electoral politics with the careful deliberation of a man who understands both the seductions of public life and its genuine costs. He has watched politicians from close enough to know how the pressures of the work can deform the people who do it, how the need to raise money and build coalitions and manage constituencies can slowly, imperceptibly, sand away the edges of a person's convictions until what remains is a smooth, accommodating surface that slides easily through the world but no longer cuts into anything with the force of genuine purpose. He is also aware, in the most practical terms, of what it means to be a black man pursuing political ambition in a city and a state whose racial politics are as complex and contested as any in the country. Chicago has always been, in its political life, a city of intense tribal loyalty, of wards and machine politics, and the careful cultivation of relationships across the many ethnic and racial communities that make up its enormous population. The first-generation reform energy of Harold Washington's mayoralty has, since Washington's death in 1987, been absorbed back into the machine, and the city's politics have settled into a new arrangement that is more stable and less transformative than Washington's supporters had hoped. The state of Illinois, beyond Chicago's borders, is a place of downstate conservatism and suburban ambivalence, a political geography that does not obviously invite the kind of candidacy that Obama might represent. None of this deters him. It informs him, which is a different thing. In 1992, before he takes any electoral step of his own, he does something that is entirely consistent with the community organizing work that has defined his professional identity. He directs a voter registration drive in Illinois. Project Vote, as the effort is called, aims to register 150,000 new African American voters in the state ahead of the presidential election. It is a logistical and organizational undertaking of considerable scale, requiring the coordination of hundreds of volunteers and the navigation of the bureaucratic realities of voter registration in a large state. Obama runs it with the same combination of strategic clarity and ground-level attention that characterizes his best work. The drive registers approximately 150,000 new voters, exceeding its goal, and makes a measurable difference in Illinois' contribution to Bill Clinton's presidential victory that November. It is a significant demonstration of what organized, disciplined community effort can accomplish in the electoral arena. It is also, for Obama personally, an education in the mechanics of political mobilization, in what it actually takes to move large numbers of people from passive civic awareness to active participation, in the specific, unglamorous work of making democracy function at the ground level rather than the rhetorical level. He meets Michelle Robinson in 1989, before his graduation from Harvard, when he returns to Chicago for the summer and begins work at the law firm of Sidley Austin as a summer associate. Michelle, is assigned as his advisor. She is a Princeton graduate and a Harvard Law School alumna herself, a Chicagoan born and raised on the South Side, the daughter of Fraser Robinson, a pump operator for the city's water department, and Marion Robinson, a secretary. She is, from the very beginning of their acquaintance, entirely unimpressed by the things about Barack Obama that impress most people: the Harvard credential, the easy charisma, the quality of his ambition. She has been around ambitious, credentialed men before, and she knows that these things are not, in themselves, evidence of much. What she is watching for is something different, something that takes longer to assess. What she finds, over the course of a summer and then a courtship that extends through his final years at Harvard, is a man of genuine integrity, someone whose public presentation is continuous with his private self, who is as thoughtful and honest in a quiet conversation as he is in a room full of people who are listening. She finds someone who is genuinely interested in her, not in the performance of interest, not in the social mechanics of attraction, but in the actual substance of who she is and what she thinks and what she wants from her own life. She finds also someone whose commitment to the community she grew up in is not rhetorical but operational, not a position he holds, but a practice he maintains. They marry on October 3, 1992, at Trinity United Church of Christ on the south side of Chicago. The ceremony is presided over by the Reverend Jeremiah Wright, the church's pastor, a man of enormous energy and intellectual power who has built Trinity into one of the most vibrant and influential black churches in the city, whose sermons draw on the full tradition of African American prophetic Christianity, and who will, years later, become a figure of significant controversy in Obama's political life. For now, he is simply the minister who marries them, whose church becomes their church, whose community becomes part of the community that grounds Obama's life in Chicago. Michelle Obama is, from the beginning of their marriage, a force of genuine consequence in her husband's life. Not a background presence or a supportive companion, but a full, demanding, honest partner who does not exempt her husband from her most rigorous standards because she loves him. She is ambitious in her own right, building a career that takes her from Sidley Austin to the city of Chicago's office, to the leadership of a nonprofit organization focused on public service. She is, in the years of Barack's early political career, also the primary financial stability of the family, the one whose salary pays the mortgage and covers the practical costs of a life in which her husband's public ambitions are frequently more generative of purpose than of income. She is also, from the beginning, honest about what political life costs the people who pursue it. She knows, because she grew up watching it from the outside, what the city's politics demand of the people inside them. She is not naive about the ways that ambition can be consuming, can pull a person away from the people and places that constitute their actual life. She asks her husband, with the directness that is her defining quality, to be honest with her about what he is choosing and what he is asking her to choose alongside him. These are not simple conversations. They are the conversations that sustain a marriage across the years of a public life, and they are ongoing. Their first daughter, Malia Ann Obama, is born on July 4, 1998. Their second daughter, Natasha, Sasha, is born on June 10, 2001. The girls become, for both their parents, the fixed point around which the movement of political life must orbit, the non-negotiable center of a life that is also increasingly public property. But in the mid-1990s, that public life is still in its earliest stages of formation. Obama announces his first campaign for public office in 1995, a race for the Illinois State Senate seat in the 13th District, a seat being vacated by Alice Palmer, a veteran state senator who is herself running for the United States Congress in a special election. Palmer endorses Obama as her preferred successor, and the endorsement carries real weight in a district that covers the South Side neighborhoods of Hyde Park and Kenwood and South Shore, neighborhoods that include the University of Chicago campus and its surrounding community of academics and professionals, as well as the working class and lower-income communities that stretch south and east from it. The campaign is modest in scale. A state Senate district is not a large electoral arena, and the resources available to a first-time candidate without deep ties to the city's political machine are limited. Obama runs it with the organizational sensibility he has developed over years of community work, building relationships block by block and precinct by precinct, holding House meetings and neighborhood forums, making the case for his candidacy in the direct, personal way that has always been more natural to him than the broadcast messaging of conventional political campaigns. He is, as a candidate, something that Illinois politics has not quite seen before. A black man who is also a Harvard-educated law professor, who can speak the language of the university and the language of the church basement with equal ease, who is as comfortable discussing the technicalities of tax increment financing as he is talking about the daily struggles of families in public housing. This combination of attributes is not universally admired. There are those in the political world who find it suspicious, who regard the Harvard degree and the university affiliation as marks of distance from the communities whose votes he is seeking. There are those who regard his multiracial background and his unusual biography as disqualifying rather than enriching, as evidence that he is not authentically embedded in the African American experience that the district's majority population represents. He deals with these challenges with the patience of someone who has been navigating questions of authenticity and belonging his entire life, and who has learned that the most effective response to such challenges is not argument but demonstration, not the claim to belong, but the sustained, visible practice of belonging, of showing up, of doing the work, of being present in the ways that matter over time. There is, in the final months of the 1995 campaign, a development that tests his political instincts in a new and revealing way. Alice Palmer, having lost her congressional race, decides that she wants her state Senate seat back. She reverses her endorsement of Obama and enters the race against him. It is a moment that calls for a decision, the deferential decision, the decision of a younger politician who does not want to make an enemy of an established figure by standing in her way, or the less deferential decision, the decision of someone who has committed to a course of action and intends to see it through. Obama chooses to see it through. And then he does something that reveals for the first time in a clear public way a quality of strategic toughness that will characterize his political career at its most effective. He challenges the validity of the nominating petition signatures that Palmer and the other candidates in the race have submitted, the sheets of signatures required to qualify for the ballot. The challenges are specific and procedural: invalid signatures, improperly gathered petitions, technical failures of the kind that are common in the informal culture of grassroots ballot access, and they are legally sound, but they are also ruthless in their application, and they succeed in removing Palmer and every other candidate from the ballot. Barack Obama runs for the Illinois State Senate in 1996 unopposed. It is a moment that complicates the gentle, consensus-seeking narrative that will later attach itself to his political identity, and he is aware of this complication. He does not disavow the decision. He acknowledges that it was hard-edged, and that it disappointed people who had supported Palmer, and who felt that a younger politician should have made room for an established one. He makes the argument, calmly and without excessive apology, that rules are rules, and that a candidate who cannot gather valid petition signatures is a candidate who has not done the basic organizational work that democratic participation requires. The argument is reasonable. It is also convenient. And both of those things are true simultaneously, which is one of the things that politics, honestly observed, tends to reveal about the people who practice it. He wins the seat. He is 34 years old when he takes his place in the Illinois State Senate, driving down to the state capitol in Springfield for the legislative sessions that punctuate the year, maintaining his life and his teaching and his family in Chicago between them. Springfield is a different world from Chicago, a smaller city, the state capital, a place where the political culture is more intimate and more transactional, and where the distance between a politician and the people whose lives they are legislating is both shorter and in some ways more honestly acknowledged. You cannot be abstract about power in Springfield in the way that you can be in the grand rhetorical spaces of federal politics. The people you are negotiating with are in the same room. The compromises are visible. Obama navigates Springfield with the same cross-partisan gift that has served him in other environments. He makes genuine friends across the aisle, Republican colleagues who find in him a Democrat willing to engage their arguments seriously, to find the places where agreement is possible without pretending that disagreement does not exist. He builds, over the years he spends in the state Senate, a reputation as a legislator of unusual seriousness and unusual effectiveness, someone who is interested not just in the statement of a position, but in the passage of a bill, not just in the gesture toward justice, but in the construction of an actual mechanism by which justice, in some specific and measurable form, might be delivered. He works on criminal justice reform, on healthcare access for working families, on tax credits for low-income workers. He works on ethics reform, on campaign finance, on the expansion of early childhood education. He does this work in the unglamorous, incremental way that actual legislative progress requires, through negotiation and relationship building, and the willingness to take the partial victory when the complete one is not available, to move the ball forward by whatever distance the political conditions of the moment permit, and to come back for more in the next session. He is not, in these years, a famous person. He is a state senator from the south side of Chicago, known in his district and in Springfield and in the circles of Illinois progressive politics, but not yet a figure of national significance. He is working, quietly and seriously, at the level of granular policy change that makes an actual difference in people's lives, without generating the kind of attention that national politics attracts. He is also, in these same years, completing the book that has been with him since the contract was signed at Harvard. Dreams from My Father is published in 1995, to modest initial attention. It does not, in its first edition, reach a wide audience, and it does not make its author wealthy or famous. But it exists. It is in the world. And for those who find it, it is immediately recognizable as something remarkable. A memoir of genuine literary ambition, written by a young politician who does not write like a politician, who brings to the story of his own life the qualities of honesty and self-scrutiny that politicians are generally advised by everyone around them to avoid. The book is about race and identity, and the search for a self that is coherent across the many worlds its author has inhabited. It is about a father who was absent and a mother who was present, and the complicated love that both of these facts generate. It is about Hawaii and Indonesia and New York and Chicago and Kenya. It is, beneath all of these particular subjects, about the question that has driven Obama since he was old enough to ask it, the question of who he is, of what it means to be the person his specific history has made him, of whether it is possible to build a self that is honest about its own contradictions without being paralyzed by them. The answer the book arrives at is not a neat one. It does not resolve the contradictions. It holds them with a kind of earned, unsentimental tenderness, acknowledging the losses and the absences without drowning in them, claiming the richness of a complicated inheritance without pretending that the complications are not real. It is, as a piece of writing, the work of a man who has looked at himself with genuine courage and reported honestly on what he found. By 1996, Barack Obama has built the foundation of a life in Illinois that is recognizable in its essential shape, a marriage of genuine substance, a family beginning to take form, a legal career of meaningful purpose, a teaching life of real intellectual engagement, and a political career that is just beginning to show what it might become. He has laid roots in the specific soil of Chicago's South Side, in the church pews of Trinity United, and the precincts of Hyde Park, and the legislative chambers of Springfield, in the daily life of a city that has tested him and claimed him and made him, in ways that Hawaii and Jakarta and New York and Cambridge never quite managed, somewhere that feels unambiguously like home. He is 34 years old. He is a state senator. He is a husband and soon a father. He is a lawyer and a teacher and a writer. He is all of these things simultaneously, and none of them entirely. And the tension between them, the productive, sometimes exhausting tension of a life that refuses to be reduced to a single thing, is itself by now something he has learned to regard not as a problem to be solved, but as the very texture of who he is. The streets he organized are beneath his feet. The roots he has laid are holding. And somewhere ahead of him, though he cannot yet see its shape clearly, the next chapter is already beginning to form. The legislative crucible, from Springfield to Washington, 1996 to 2004. Springfield, Illinois sits at the geographic center of the state, a small city of modest skyline and enormous historical weight, the place where Abraham Lincoln practiced law and made the speeches that first announced him to the nation as a figure of uncommon moral seriousness. The state capitol building rises from the flat prairie landscape with a dome that catches the light on clear Midwestern mornings and throws it back in a way that is almost defiant, a declaration in architecture that something of consequence happens here, that the business conducted beneath this dome matters to the lives of real people in real places across this vast and varied state. Barack Obama has been driving down to Springfield from Chicago for his legislative sessions since the beginning of 1997. And by now the drive has become familiar enough to carry its own rhythm, the city thinning out behind him, the suburbs giving way to the open agricultural flatness of central Illinois, the sky expanding as the urban density falls away, until he arrives in this small capital city and takes his place in the chamber of the Illinois Senate. He is one of 60 senators. He is a Democrat in a chamber controlled for much of his tenure in Springfield by Republicans. He is a black man from the south side of Chicago in a legislative body whose center of gravity lies closer to the concerns of downstate Illinois, of farming communities and small manufacturing towns, and the social conservatism of a rural Midwest that regards Chicago with a mixture of economic dependence and cultural suspicion. He is, in other words, in a position that requires of him exactly the qualities he has been developing since childhood: the ability to move between worlds without losing himself in any of them, the patience to build trust across lines of genuine disagreement, the discipline to pursue long-term goals through the slow, frustrating, incremental process that legislative progress actually requires. He does not find this easy. No honest account of Obama's years in the Illinois State Senate presents them as a period of unbroken forward momentum and satisfying achievement. There are years of genuine frustration, years in which the minority position of his party means that good bills die in committee and bad ones pass without sufficient resistance, years in which the distance between what he can see needs to be done and what the political conditions of the moment permit him to do is wide enough to be genuinely demoralizing. He sits through sessions that produce nothing of consequence. He watches legislation that he has worked hard to craft get gutted in negotiation or simply ignored. He learns, through the accumulation of these experiences, the particular discipline of the long game, the understanding that a legislative career is not measured in individual sessions, but in the slow accumulation of relationships and credibility and positioned opportunity that eventually creates the conditions for something significant to pass. The Republican who controls the Illinois Senate in these years is Emil Jones, Jr. No, that is the Democratic leader who will later become significant. The presiding figure of Obama's early Springfield years is a Republican majority that does not always see the urgency of the issues that drive Obama's legislative agenda. He navigates this through the cross-partisan relationship building that has become his signature approach, finding Republican colleagues with whom agreement on specific issues is possible, even when broader ideological sympathy is absent. He is known in Springfield as someone who will actually read the bills, all of them, not just the ones with his name on them, who comes to committee hearings prepared, who asks the questions that reveal genuine engagement with the substance of what is being debated rather than the performance of engagement for the benefit of a watching constituency. He works on a wide range of issues across his years in the state Senate. He is particularly focused on criminal justice, on the ways that the American legal system, and Illinois' version of it specifically, processes black and brown defendants in ways that are measurably different from how it processes white ones. He pushes, with the persistence that is his legislative hallmark, for the adoption of a measure requiring that interrogations and confessions in capital cases be videotaped, a reform aimed at reducing the risk of false confessions and providing evidentiary protection for defendants who are, under the existing system, entirely at the mercy of whatever account investigators choose to provide of what was said in a room where no independent record exists. The Illinois record on wrongful convictions in capital cases is, at this moment, genuinely alarming. Governor George Ryan will eventually impose a moratorium on executions in the state and ultimately commute all death row sentences, citing the broken state of the system. And Obama's videotaping bill is a direct response to this documented failure. He passes it. Not easily, not quickly, not without the negotiation and compromise and sustained political pressure that any significant reform requires, but he passes it. The bill becomes law. Interrogations in capital cases in Illinois are videotaped. It is a concrete, specific, verifiable improvement in the fairness of a system that was demonstrably failing the people most vulnerable to its failures. It is the kind of legislative achievement that does not generate headlines, but that makes an actual difference, that changes, in a specific and measurable way, the experience of a specific category of people moving through a specific set of institutions. Obama takes a quiet, genuine satisfaction in it that is quite different from the more theatrical satisfactions of public attention and political momentum. He works on health care. He works on the expansion of the Medicaid program in Illinois, on the creation of the family care program that extends health coverage to the children and parents of working families who earn too little to afford private insurance and too much to qualify for existing public programs. He works on early childhood education, on home visiting programs and early intervention services for at-risk families, on the expansion of preschool access in low-income communities. He works on tax policy, particularly on the expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit for working families in Illinois, the kind of policy that addresses the structural conditions of working poverty without generating the kind of ideological resistance that more direct redistributive measures attract. These are not glamorous issues. They do not produce the kind of public attention that drives political careers at the national level. They are the substance of state government, the granular, unglamorous work of building or maintaining the institutions and programs that constitute the actual daily infrastructure of people's lives. Obama engages with them seriously, with the seriousness of someone who understands that this is what government actually is, at its best. Not the grand rhetorical gesture, but the practical mechanism, the program that works, the system that functions, the child who gets health care, and the family that stays housed, and the defendant who gets a fair process. He also makes, in these years, a significant political mistake, the kind that is, in retrospect, clarifying. In 2000, he decides to challenge Bobby Rush in the Democratic primary for Illinois' 1st Congressional District. Rush is a former Black Panther, a civil rights veteran, a congressman of long-standing and deep roots in the South Side community that constitutes his district. He is, in the language of Chicago politics, an institution, someone whose biography is woven into the history of the community in a way that is nearly impossible to challenge from the outside. Obama mounts the challenge anyway, with a confidence that is, in hindsight, somewhat disconnected from the political reality he is entering. The campaign is a difficult one from the beginning. Rush dismisses his challenger with a bluntness that stings, questioning whether Obama is authentically connected to the community, pointing to the Harvard degree and the university affiliation as evidence of distance rather than rootedness. The South Side voters, who know Bobby Rush and have known him for decades, are not easily convinced that the state senator from Hyde Park, however impressive his credentials, is the right person to replace him. And then a family crisis pulls Obama back to Hawaii during a crucial legislative period, and his absence causes him to miss a key gun control vote in Springfield, and the political damage is real and immediate. He loses by 31 percentage points. It is, by any measure, a thorough defeat. He is in debt from the campaign. He is politically diminished in Springfield. He flies back to Los Angeles for the Democratic National Convention that summer and discovers that his convention credential does not gain him access to the main floor. He sits in traffic on the way to a party that he has been told will be worth attending, and ultimately turns around and goes back to his hotel. He is 39 years old, heavily in debt, a state senator who has just lost a congressional race by a wide margin, and he sits in his rental car in Los Angeles traffic and wonders whether he has misread profoundly and perhaps permanently his own capacity to move people toward what he believes in. It is, he will later say, the moment that teaches him something essential about the difference between ambition and judgment, about the fact that wanting something badly and being the right person to pursue it at the right moment are not the same thing. It is also the moment that introduces into his political understanding a quality of humility about timing that will serve him enormously well in the years ahead. The lesson of the Bobby Rush race is not that Barack Obama cannot win. It is that winning requires not just the ability and the desire, but the moment, the alignment of candidate and constituency and political circumstance that cannot be manufactured by will alone, that must be recognized when it arrives and cannot be forced into existence when it has not. He returns to Springfield and to his teaching and to his family. Malia is 3 years old. Sasha is not yet born. Michelle is, with characteristic clarity, honest with him about what the congressional loss has cost the family in financial and emotional terms, and about what she needs from him going forward, needs that are reasonable and non-negotiable, and that he takes seriously. He is present, in the years immediately following the Rush race, in a way that the campaign had prevented him from being. He coaches Malia's basketball team. He is at the dinner table. He is, in the ordinary daily sense, a husband and a father and a state senator, rather than a figure in perpetual campaign mode. He reads. He thinks. He waits. In 2002, a Democratic candidate named Rod Blagojevich wins the Illinois governorship, and the Democratic Party takes control of the state Senate, and Emil Jones, Jr., a veteran South Side politician with whom Obama has built a genuine working relationship over his years in Springfield, becomes the Senate Majority Leader. The change in the chamber's balance of power transforms Obama's legislative situation almost overnight. He is no longer a minority member watching the majority agenda move past him. He is a member of the Majority Caucus, with a chairman's access to the floor and the genuine ability to move legislation. Emil Jones becomes something close to a political patron, assigning Obama to key committees and giving him the opportunity to carry significant bills on the Senate floor. The next 2 years are, legislatively, the most productive of Obama's Springfield career, a period in which the patient relationship building and the substantive preparation of the previous 5 years begin to produce tangible results. He passes ethics legislation, campaign finance reform, criminal justice reforms. He expands healthcare coverage. He does this work with the focused efficiency of someone who understands that the window is open, and that windows do not stay open indefinitely. And then, in the winter of 2002, something happens that will matter more than any of it. On October 2, 2002, Barack Obama stands at a podium in Federal Plaza in Chicago and delivers a speech against the war in Iraq. It is not a speech that anyone is asking him to give. He is a state senator, not a figure of national significance, not someone whose position on questions of federal foreign policy carries any formal weight. He gives it anyway, because he believes what it says, and because he has concluded that the moment requires honest witness from anyone capable of providing it, regardless of their position in the formal hierarchy of political influence. The Bush administration is making the case for military intervention in Iraq with a certainty and an urgency that Obama finds, on careful examination of the available evidence, unconvincing. He is not, he says clearly in the speech, opposed to all wars, not a pacifist, not someone who believes that military force is never justified. He supported the intervention in Afghanistan after September 11th. He understands the argument for confronting regimes that threaten regional stability and harbor genuine malicious intent toward the United States. But Iraq, he says, is a different matter. The case for weapons of mass destruction is not fully established. The consequences of intervention in a country as complex and fractured as Iraq have not been honestly reckoned with. The anger and the fear in the American atmosphere following September 11th are real and understandable, but anger and fear are not foreign policy, and a decision to go to war made under their influence rather than under the discipline of strategic clarity is a decision that will cost the country and the region enormously. He says all of this in Federal Plaza in Chicago in October of 2002 to a crowd of anti-war protesters, 6 months before the invasion begins. He says it at a moment when the political cost of saying it is real, when opposing the war is still, in much of the country, a position associated with naivety or weakness or insufficient seriousness about the threat of terrorism. He says it because he believes it, and because the discipline he has developed across years of thinking carefully about power and its uses will not allow him to say something different merely because the ambient pressure of the moment pushes in a different direction. He is right. The war in Iraq goes as badly as he predicted it would. The weapons of mass destruction do not exist. The regional consequences are severe. The human cost in American and Iraqi lives is enormous. And Barack Obama, the state senator from Hyde Park who stood in Federal Plaza and said what he thought, has a record, a clear, datable public record, of having said so before it happened. This speech will matter more than anything else he does in Springfield. It will not matter immediately, but it will matter. In the same period, the United States Senate seat, held by Illinois Republican Peter Fitzgerald, opens up. Fitzgerald announces he will not seek re-election in 2004, and the field of candidates for the seat begins to take shape on both sides. On the Democratic side, several candidates enter the race, a field that is diverse in background and political positioning, reflecting the breadth of the Democratic coalition in a major industrial state. Obama enters the race in January of 2003. The campaign begins in the conditions of considerable skepticism. He is a state senator from Hyde Park, not a figure of statewide name recognition or established financial networks. The conventional wisdom, articulated by the political professionals who study these things, is that the race belongs to one of the better-funded, better-known candidates in the Democratic field, that Obama's path is narrow and his resources insufficient, and that he is, in entering the race, once again miscalculating the distance between his ambitions and his political circumstances. The conventional wisdom is wrong. What the conventional wisdom does not adequately account for is the combination of factors that Obama brings to this particular race at this particular moment. He has, in the years since the Rush loss, developed a maturity of political judgment that was not fully present in the congressional campaign. He has built, through his Springfield years and his organizing years before them, a network of relationships across Illinois that is deeper and more durable than his public profile suggests. He has, in the Iraq speech, a record of prescient moral courage that distinguishes him from virtually every other Democratic candidate in any race in the country. And he has, now visible to anyone paying attention, a gift for political communication that operates on a different register from the standard vocabulary of electoral politics. He campaigns across Illinois with the same qualities he brings to every room he enters: the attentiveness, the genuine curiosity about the people he is meeting, the ability to make a legislative policy position feel like a lived human concern rather than an abstract political calculation. He speaks at county fairs in downstate Illinois, and at church services on the South Side, and at university campuses, and at labor union halls, and in the living rooms of suburban donors. And in each of these settings he finds the same language, the same essential argument, rendered in terms that the specific audience can receive. His campaign manager is a young political operative named Jim Cawley, and his finance operation is built with help from a network of Chicago donors who have been watching him for years and who believe, on the basis of that watching, that he is something real. The money comes in, not in the torrents that flow to the established frontrunners, but steadily enough to sustain a serious operation. The Democratic primary is held in March of 2004. Obama wins it with 52% of the vote, a decisive victory in a multi-candidate field, carrying not just Chicago and its suburbs, but significant portions of downstate Illinois as well. A genuinely statewide coalition of the kind that Illinois Democrats rarely manage to assemble in a primary. It is a validation of everything he has bet on: the years of patient relationship building, the commitment to a politics of genuine engagement rather than demographic targeting, the belief that the same essential argument, made honestly and with sufficient respect for the specific concerns of specific communities, can travel across the geographic and cultural distances that Illinois contains. The general election contest that follows is rendered almost academic by a series of extraordinary events on the Republican side. The Republican nominee, Jack Ryan, withdraws from the race following the unsealing of embarrassing personal court documents, and the Illinois Republican Party, in some disarray, eventually recruits Alan Keyes, a conservative commentator from Maryland, not an Illinois resident, to run against Obama in the fall. It is, by any political measure, a difficult position from which to mount a credible Senate campaign, and Keyes does not succeed in mounting one. But before the general election, something happens that changes everything, something that transforms Barack Obama from a significant figure in Illinois politics into a figure of national consequence in the course of a single evening. He is asked to deliver the keynote address at the Democratic National Convention in Boston in July of 2004. It is an honor extended on the recommendation of the Kerry campaign and the party leadership, on the basis of the primary victory, and the sense that this candidate represents something that the Democratic Party wants, in this moment, to say about itself. He is not a nationally known figure. He is a state senator who has won a primary. The keynote slot is a gamble, an investment in a political story that is still being written, in a voice that has not yet been tested on the largest stage that American politics provides. He prepares the speech with enormous care. He writes it himself in longhand, in the weeks before the convention, going through draft after draft, testing each paragraph against his own internal standard of honesty and precision. He is not interested in a speech that sounds like a keynote address. He is interested in a speech that says something true about America, something that can be received across the lines of region and race and income and political affiliation that the country's political culture insists are fundamental, and that can make the people on the other side of those lines feel, if only for the duration of the speech, that the lines are not as absolute as they have been told. The speech he delivers on the evening of July 27, 2004, to the Fleet Center in Boston and to a television audience of millions, is one of the most significant pieces of political communication in the modern history of American public life. It begins with his own story, the Kenyan father, the Kansan mother, the grandfather who marched in Patton's army, the grandmother who worked on a bomber assembly line, the improbable American story of a family assembled from the world's edges and set down in the middle of a country that, at its best, makes room for exactly this kind of story. He speaks about the America he has seen, not the America of political abstractions, but the America of the people he has sat with in church basements and legislative hearings and community center meeting rooms, the America of the worker who needs job training and the child who needs a good school, and the soldier who needs to be sent to war only for reasons that have been honestly examined. And then he reaches the passage that lifts the speech from the category of good political oratory into something more. The passage in which he turns his attention to the divisions that American political culture has accepted as natural and inevitable, the red state and blue state geography that the media and the political class have agreed to treat as the fundamental reality of American life. He says that there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and a Latino America and an Asian America. There is the United States of America. He says that the pundits like to slice and dice the country, but he has news for them. In the blue states they worship an awesome God, and in the red states they have some gay friends. In the blue states they have some folks who don't like guns, and in the red states there are some folks who did like Obama. He says this with a smile in his voice and a steadiness in his body that makes the stadium feel, for a moment, like a congregation. The hall erupts, and across the country, in living rooms and bars, and wherever people are watching, something shifts. He is 32, he is 42 years old, standing in that hall, and the country is seeing him, many of them for the first time. What they see is someone who does not fit any of the categories that the political media has taught them to use for sorting politicians. Not the machine candidate, not the protest candidate, not the identity candidate, not the centrist triangulator. He is something they do not quite have a name for. He is someone who seems, in the strange alchemy of that convention hall and that television signal, to be speaking honestly, to be saying what he actually thinks rather than what the situation has been calculated to require. The speech ends. The hall is on its feet. The political world spends the next 24 hours trying to process what it has just witnessed. The names begin, the comparisons to figures of historical political eloquence, the speculation about futures that the speech has suddenly made imaginable. Obama absorbs all of this with the equanimity of someone who has learned, through long and sometimes painful experience, the difference between the moment of elevation and the sustained work that gives the elevation meaning. He returns to Illinois. He campaigns for the Senate seat through the summer and fall, and in November of 2004, the same night that George W. Bush wins re-election to the presidency with 51% of the national vote, Barack Obama wins the Illinois United States Senate race with 70% of the vote, the largest victory margin in Illinois Senate history. He carries every county in the state. He carries downstate and upstate, suburban and urban, black precincts and white precincts and Latino precincts. He carries the state in the way that someone carries a room. not by persuading every person in it to agree with him on every issue, but by making every person in it feel that they have been genuinely seen. He is 43 years old. He is Senator-elect Barack Obama of Illinois. He is, whether he has fully acknowledged it to himself or not, something more than that already, something that the country caught a glimpse of in Boston and is not quite ready to stop looking at. The legislative crucible has done its work. Springfield has given him the patience. The Bobby Rush loss has given him the humility. The Iraq speech has given him the record. The convention has given him the moment. Now comes Washington, the audacity of ambition, a historic campaign 2004 to 2008. Barack Obama, the architect of hope. Chapter 5, The Audacity of Ambition, a Historic Campaign. 2004-2008. Washington receives new senators the way it receives most things, with a measured, institutional indifference that is itself a kind of test. The city has seen promising arrivals before. It has watched careers of apparent brilliance stall in the corridors of the Senate, has watched the fire of political conviction cool under the patient pressure of seniority and committee assignments, and the grinding procedural reality of a legislative body that moves by design with the speed of geology. The United States Senate is not a place that rewards impatience or rewards novelty or rewards the assumption that the rules which govern everyone else's assent do not apply to you. It is a place that rewards the willingness to wait, to learn, to build, to earn the credibility that allows you, eventually, to act with consequence. Barack Obama arrives in Washington in January of 2005, knowing all of this, knowing it intellectually, having studied the institution and its history and its culture with the same careful attention he has brought to every environment he has entered. He knows that the Senate has its rhythms and its protocols and its unwritten hierarchies, that junior senators are expected to observe more than they lead, to listen more than they speak on the floor, to cultivate relationships in the patient, unspectacular way that the institution rewards over time. He knows this, and he intends to honor it, and he does honor it, in the sense that he takes his committee assignments seriously and attends to the constituent work of his office with genuine diligence, and does not immediately begin behaving as though his Boston Convention speech has exempted him from the ordinary obligations of a first-term senator from Illinois. But he also arrives as something that no amount of institutional protocol can entirely contain, as a figure of national attention in a way that is qualitatively different from anything the Senate has seen in recent memory. The mail that pours into his office is staggering. The speaking invitations are constant and impossible to fully manage. The media attention that follows him is of a different order from what his colleagues experience, a different order even from what most senior senators experience. People stop him on the street, not in the way that people stop politicians they recognize, but in the way that people stop someone they feel they know, someone whose voice and whose story have entered their lives in a particular intimate way, and who carries for them something more than the ordinary freight of political representation. He is, in the language that will eventually attach itself to his candidacy, a phenomenon. And he is, simultaneously, trying very hard not to let the phenomenon consume the person. He serves on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which positions him to engage with the international dimensions of American policy that have interested him since his Columbia years. He travels to Eastern Europe, to the Middle East, to Africa, learning the landscape of American foreign engagement from the vantage point of a senator rather than a citizen, building relationships with foreign officials and diplomats, developing the kind of direct, experiential understanding of the world's complexity that no briefing book can fully provide. He goes to Kenya, and the visit is enormous. The country greets the return of its most famous son with a warmth and a pride that is both touching and, in its scale, slightly overwhelming. He is tested for HIV publicly, as part of a campaign to reduce the stigma of testing in a country where AIDS has devastated entire communities. It is a small, specific act with real practical significance, the kind of thing that a politician with genuine public health instincts does when the opportunity presents itself. He works in the Senate on legislation related to weapons proliferation, co-sponsoring a bill with Indiana Republican Richard Lugar, aimed at expanding the non-Lugar program that has spent the post-Cold War years working to secure and destroy the stockpiles of conventional and biological weapons left behind by the collapse of the Soviet Union. It is serious, unglamorous work, the kind that does not generate headlines or rally crowds, but that addresses with practical specificity a genuine dimension of the world's danger. He works on ethics reform. He works on transparency in government contracting. He does the work of a senator. And all the while, the question that everyone around him is asking, the question that his staff fields constantly, that the media circles with increasing impatience, that Democrats across the country are beginning to voice with something approaching urgency, is hanging in the air of every room he enters. Will he run for president? The honest answer, in 2005 and into 2006, is that he does not know. He is genuinely uncertain, not in the way of a politician performing uncertainty to manage expectations, but in the deeper way of a person who is taking seriously the weight of what running for president actually means. He is 43 years old, 44, with 2 young daughters and a marriage that has already absorbed significant pressure from his political career, and a Senate tenure that has barely begun. He is the junior senator from Illinois, with a single term in a state legislature, and less than 2 years in the United States Senate behind him. The case against running is serious and specific. The lack of experience, the thinness of his federal record, the risk of spending the credibility accumulated in Boston on a campaign that the calendar and the political landscape do not yet support. Hillary Clinton is, by any conventional assessment, the dominant figure in the Democratic field. She is a former First Lady and a 2-term senator from New York, a politician of formidable intelligence and even more formidable organizational capacity, with a campaign apparatus and a donor network and a name recognition that no other Democrat can match. She has been preparing for this, in ways both public and private, for years. The Democratic establishment, for the most part, has organized itself around the expectation of her candidacy and is not, in the main, enthusiastic about the disruption that an Obama candidacy would represent. There is also the matter of history, the weight and the uncertainty of running as the first African American with a serious claim to the presidency of the United States. Obama has navigated questions of race his entire life with a combination of honesty and pragmatism, neither denying the reality of racial dynamics in American life, nor allowing them to become the sole framework through which he is understood. Running for president puts all of that navigation to its ultimate test. It means entering an arena in which the question of whether America is ready, whether the country can actually do what it says it believes in, can actually see a black man as a plausible president rather than a symbol or a novelty, is not an abstract philosophical question, but a practical political one, answered not in arguments but in votes. He talks to Michelle. He talks to Michelle a great deal, and these conversations are not comfortable ones. She knows, with the clarity of someone who has been watching this institution from close range for years, what a presidential campaign means for a family. The absence, the scrutiny, the loss of privacy, the consumption of everything that is not the campaign by everything that is. She has 2 daughters, who are 7 and 4 years old. She has a life of her own, a career of genuine substance, a set of needs and commitments that do not disappear because her husband is considering an act of extraordinary political ambition. She does not stand in the way. But she does not pretend that it is costless, and she does not allow him to pretend that either. He talks to his political advisors, to David Axelrod, the Chicago political consultant who has been close to Obama since the Senate campaign, a man of strategic intelligence and genuine emotional perceptiveness who has come to believe, with increasing conviction, that Obama is not merely a good candidate but a historically significant one, that the moment and the person are aligning in a way that comes along very rarely in American political life. He talks to Pete Rouse, his chief of staff, a veteran Senate hand who knows the institution and its rhythms in the way that only long experience produces. He listens to all of them, and then he goes back to Michelle, and then he sits alone with the question. He announces his candidacy on February 10, 2007, on the steps of the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, the same building where Abraham Lincoln once called a house divided against itself. It is winter, and the cold is sharp and real, and the crowd that gathers is enormous and bundled against the weather, and full of a particular kind of energy that is not quite like the energy of any other political event that has happened in this city or perhaps in this country for a long time. He speaks about the audacity of hope, the phrase that has been with him since he first encountered it in a sermon by Jeremiah Wright years before, the phrase that became the title of his second book, the phrase that captures something essential about what he is doing by standing here in the cold in Springfield and asking the country to believe that something genuinely different is possible. He is not, at the moment of his announcement, the frontrunner. He is the insurgent. He is the candidate that the political establishment has decided, with the careful calculations of people who believe they understand how politics works, cannot win. He has charisma and a good story and a remarkable speech in his record, but he does not have the organization or the money or the institutional support that a successful presidential campaign requires, and Hillary Clinton has all three of those things in abundance. The race on the day he announces is hers to lose. What happens over the next 21 months is one of the most remarkable campaigns in the history of American democracy. Obama's campaign, led by Axelrod and campaign manager David Plouffe, makes a series of strategic decisions that prove, in hindsight, to have been exactly right, though they are not obviously right at the time. And some of them represent significant departures from the conventional wisdom of how presidential campaigns are won. The most consequential of these decisions is the focus on the delegate math of the Democratic primary process. A focus on the accumulation of delegates through every state and territory, not just the early states and the large ones, but every congressional district in every state, including the states that no one has traditionally paid much attention to because they are small or conservative or simply not used to being asked. The Clinton campaign, organized around the assumption of an early and decisive victory in the major primary states, does not build the same kind of operation in the caucus states and the smaller primary states that Obama's campaign constructs. This difference will matter enormously. But the strategic decisions, however sound, do not explain the campaign. The campaign is explained by something that strategy cannot manufacture, by the quality of what happens when Barack Obama stands in front of an audience and speaks. He is, as a campaigner, something genuinely new in the landscape of American electoral politics. He has the oratorical gifts that his Boston Convention speech announced, the ability to build an argument from the specific to the universal, to move between the personal story and the policy implication, and the larger claim about what America is and what it might become. But it is not only the rhetoric. It is the quality of presence that the rhetoric delivers, the sense that this person is saying what he actually thinks, that the words are not products of calculation, but expressions of genuine conviction, that the man behind the speech is consistent with the man in the speech. In an era of profound political cynicism, this quality, or the perception of it, which is not always the same thing, is enormously powerful. People who have stopped believing that politicians can be trusted with their hope find themselves in rooms with Barack Obama, believing again. It is uncomfortable and exhilarating in equal measure, and it is the fundamental engine of the campaign. The Iowa caucuses on January 3, 2008, are the first test. Iowa is a state that is 93% white. It is a state that has never sent an African American to the United States Senate or elected one as governor. It is a state whose Democratic caucus goers are, in the main, older and more rural than the coalition that Obama is building, more naturally comfortable with the familiar names and the established political figures that the Democratic Party has offered them in previous cycles. To win Iowa, Obama must persuade a predominantly white electorate that a black man from Chicago is their best candidate for President of the United States. He wins Iowa. He wins it with 37% of the vote in a competitive field, with a coalition that spans age and geography, and includes thousands of first-time caucus participants who have come out because of him, because of what his campaign has made them believe is possible. The night of the Iowa victory is extraordinary. The image of Obama taking the stage in Des Moines to a hall of Iowans, mostly white, cheering with the genuine abandon of people who have just done something they did not know they were capable of doing, is one of the defining images of the campaign and perhaps of American political life at the turn of the 21st century. He gives a speech that night that is as good as anything he has said in his political career. A speech that begins with the acknowledgement that this is not the moment they have been waiting for, that change has always begun in places like this, in the decisions of ordinary people to believe in something beyond the current state of things. He speaks about what Iowa has just said, not just about him, but about the country, about the kind of country America still has the capacity to be when it decides to live up to its own best ideals. New Hampshire 5 days later gives him the first clear indication that the road ahead is not going to be easy. Hillary Clinton wins New Hampshire, defying the polls that had shown Obama extending his momentum from Iowa, and she wins it in a way that raises questions about the reliability of the polling, about the depth of his support among white working-class voters, about whether the Iowa result was exceptional rather than predictive. The race becomes real. It becomes competitive and difficult and long. The weeks and months that follow are a sustained education in the full complexity of what Obama has attempted. The primary contest with Hillary Clinton extends through February and March and April and May and into June. A primary season of unusual length and intensity, with victories and defeats distributed between the candidates in a pattern that reflects the genuine divisions within the Democratic coalition. Obama wins the caucus states and the states with large African American populations, and the college towns and the upper-income suburbs. Clinton wins Ohio and Pennsylvania, and many of the working-class communities of the industrial Midwest and Appalachia, communities where the economic dislocations of the past several decades have created a particular kind of political anxiety that does not find its natural expression in the hope and change rhetoric of the Obama campaign. There are moments of serious difficulty. In March of 2008, a loop of sermons by Jeremiah Wright, Obama's pastor at Trinity United Church of Christ, the minister who baptized his daughters and presided at his wedding, begins to circulate in the media. The sermons contain passages of fierce prophetic anger at American racism and American foreign policy, passages that, extracted from the full context of Wright's preaching and the tradition of African American prophetic Christianity from which they draw, sound alarming to many white Americans and damaging to the Obama campaign in ways that the campaign cannot simply manage with a news cycle's response. Obama decides to address it directly. He delivers a speech on race in Philadelphia, at the Constitution Center in the city where the American founding documents were written. That is, by any honest assessment, the most serious speech on race given by an American politician in a generation. He does not disown Wright or pretend that the sermons do not exist. He does not pretend that the anger in them is incomprehensible. He traces the historical roots of that anger, the history of American racism, the specific history of Black America's relationship with institutions and promises that have repeatedly failed to deliver what they claim to offer, with a precision and an honesty that most politicians would not attempt and that many of their advisors would tell them to avoid. He also, with equal honesty, addresses the resentments of white working-class Americans, the sense of unfairness, of being asked to bear the costs of remedies for injustices they did not personally commit, and refuses to dismiss those resentments as simply racism, insisting that they are real and that a politics capable of actually addressing the country's divisions must make room for them. The speech does not resolve the controversy. Political controversies are not resolved by speeches, however good. But it changes the nature of the conversation in a way that matters. It insists, against the pressure of a media environment that rewards simplicity, on the complexity of the actual history. It is received, by many of the people who hear it carefully, as the work of someone thinking honestly about hard things rather than managing them. It costs him something. It also reveals something. He eventually separates from Trinity United Church, a painful decision that reflects the ongoing collision between his private religious life and the public pressures of the campaign. It is the kind of cost that campaigns exact from the people who run them, the requirement to make choices that serve the political necessity at the expense of the personal, and then to live with those choices. The primary contest between Obama and Clinton ends in June of 2008, with Obama having accumulated enough delegates to secure the nomination. It has been, by any measure, one of the most competitive Democratic primaries in the modern era, a race between two candidates of genuine ability, whose differences in style and strategy and political identity reflect real differences within the Democratic coalition about what the party is and who it serves and what kind of change it is capable of offering. Clinton concedes with a speech of considerable grace, pledging her support for the nominee. The party, which has spent 5 months watching its two most exciting candidates contest the nomination with increasing intensity, begins the work of unifying behind Obama. He chooses Joseph Biden of Delaware as his running mate, a senior senator and former chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, a man of long experience and genuine foreign policy expertise, whose selection is partly calibrated to address the experience question that will inevitably animate the general election campaign. Biden is 65 years old, white, working-class Irish Catholic in his origins and his political sensibility, a man who has been in the Senate since 1973, and who brings to the ticket a form of credibility that Obama's biography, for all its richness, does not yet supply. It is a choice of genuine strategic intelligence and also of something more than strategy. Biden is a man of authentic emotional warmth and unguarded human connection, qualities that complement rather than duplicate Obama's own. The general election campaign against Republican nominee John McCain is a contest between two men of genuine honor and genuine disagreement, a campaign that is, in some respects, more substantively engaged with the actual questions facing the country than the primary season has been. McCain is a war hero, a former prisoner of war in Vietnam, a senator of independent reputation who has built his political identity on a willingness to break with his party on issues of principle. He is 72 years old, and the question of age and continuity hangs over his campaign in ways that become more significant in September, when he makes the choice that will define his candidacy in ways he does not intend. He chooses Sarah Palin, the first-term governor of Alaska, as his running mate. It is a choice that energizes the Republican base and introduces into the campaign a figure of enormous cultural resonance for a particular part of the American electorate. It is also a choice that raises questions about judgment, about whether the selection of a running mate with minimal national experience and preparation reflects the kind of seriousness that the moment requires. The contrast with Biden is explicit and significant. And then the moment itself arrives, with a force that neither campaign has fully anticipated in its specific timing and scale. In September of 2008, the American financial system begins to collapse. The investment bank Lehman Brothers files for bankruptcy on September 15th. The credit markets freeze. The stock market falls with a swiftness and a violence that obliterates the savings of ordinary Americans in the space of weeks. The financial crisis, rooted in years of deregulation and reckless lending, and the construction of financial instruments of such complexity that the people creating them do not fully understand their own risk, is arriving in the middle of a presidential campaign, and it is arriving with the force of a genuine emergency. McCain's response to the crisis is, by any assessment, difficult. He says that the fundamentals of the economy are strong at a moment when the evidence of the economy's fragility is appearing on every financial screen in the country. He suspends his campaign, a gesture toward the seriousness of the moment that turns out to create more confusion than it resolves. He goes to Washington for the emergency congressional negotiations over a bailout package and does not clearly advance those negotiations. He is, in these weeks, a candidate visibly uncertain about how to respond to a situation that the assumptions of his campaign have not prepared him for. Obama is steadier. He consults with economists. He speaks with deliberate calm about the dimensions of the crisis and what addressing it will require. He does not suspend his campaign. He argues, in terms that the country finds convincing, that the ability to focus on more than one thing simultaneously is precisely what the presidency requires, and that the financial crisis does not pause the rest of the world's demands. His steadiness in the face of the crisis, the quality of temperament that he displays in the weeks of the most acute financial emergency, is the moment that resolves, for many undecided voters, the question that his campaign has been asking them to answer since February of the previous year. Can this man be trusted with the country's most serious problems? The debates between Obama and McCain are 3 in number, and they confirm for the country the impression of the preceding weeks. Obama is composed and specific and clear-eyed, neither aggressive nor passive, responding to McCain's challenges with the measured precision of someone who has done the work and does not need to perform urgency because the urgency is real and present in the substance of what he is saying. McCain is a capable debater, but he is also, in these encounters, a candidate who is running against the current of the moment, against an economy in crisis and a war in Iraq that his initial support makes it difficult for him to distance himself from, and an incumbent president of his own party whose approval ratings have reached historic lows. The final weeks of the campaign carry their own freight. Obama's grandmother, Madeline Dunham, Toot, the woman who helped raise him in the Baratania Street apartment, who worked at the bank and managed the household with quiet efficiency and loved him with the undemonstrative, sustaining love of a woman of her generation, falls seriously ill in Hawaii. He leaves the campaign trail for 2 days to fly to Honolulu and sit with her. He holds her hand. He tells her what she has meant to him. He says the things that need to be said while there is still time to say them. She dies on November 3, 2008, 1 day before the election. He does not have time to grieve. He boards the plane back to the mainland and returns to the campaign, carrying the loss quietly inside him in the way that he has always carried the important things, not suppressed exactly but held, preserved for the private reckoning that the public world does not have room for. He is back on the trail, giving the last speeches of the longest campaign of his life, in the final hours before the country votes. November 4, 2008, is a day of extraordinary weather, clear and bright in much of the country, the kind of autumn day that feels designed for an occasion of some significance. Voter turnout is record-setting. Lines stretch from polling places around blocks in cities and suburbs and small towns, in states that have not seen this kind of participation in decades. People wait for hours. They wait with a patience and a quiet determination that speak to how much, for many of them, this particular vote feels like it matters. The results begin to come in as the evening progresses, state by state, the map filling in with the familiar red and blue of electoral college coverage. Obama wins Pennsylvania. He wins Ohio. He wins Florida. He wins Virginia and North Carolina, states that have not voted for a Democratic presidential candidate in a generation. He wins Indiana, which has not voted Democratic for president since 1964. The electoral map is not close. It is, by the measure of presidential elections in the modern era, a decisive victory. 365 electoral votes to McCain's 173, 53% of the popular vote to McCain's 46. At approximately 11 o'clock on the night of November 4th, the major television networks simultaneously project that Barack Hussein Obama has been elected the 44th President of the United States. Grant Park in Chicago holds more than 100,000 people that night. They have gathered in the darkness of a November evening, on the lakefront of the city where Obama built his career and his family and his understanding of what public life is for, and they are waiting. When the projection is announced, the sound that rises from the crowd is unlike any sound that politics ordinarily produces. It is not the cheering of a campaign rally or the partisan roar of a convention. It is something rawer and more personal than that, something that has the quality of collective release, of emotion that has been held in check by the uncertainty of waiting, and that now, with the uncertainty resolved, floods into the open air of that November night. Barack Obama walks onto the stage with Michelle beside him, with Malia and Sasha in their matching dresses a step behind, and he stands before the crowd and before the country and before the watching world, and he begins to speak. He speaks about the journey, about the arc of history, and the slowness of its bending, and the persistence required to bend it. He speaks about Ann Nixon Cooper, 106 years old in Atlanta, who was born at a time when a woman could not vote and a black person could not vote, who lived through the Depression and the war and the movement and the moon landing, and who stood in line that day and cast her ballot and said, "Yes, we can." He uses the phrase, "Yes, we can," as a kind of refrain, a repeated affirmation that gathers with each repetition the weight of everything that has just happened, everything it means, everything it costs, and everything it promises. He is 47 years old, standing in Grant Park, the President-elect of the United States. He is the son of a Kenyan economist and a Kansas anthropologist, raised in Hawaii and Jakarta, educated in Los Angeles and New York and Cambridge, formed in the church basements and community centers of Chicago's South Side. He is the product of a country that has spent its entire history in argument with itself about what it actually is and what it is actually capable of, an argument that has been brutal at its worst and magnificent at its best, and that has never, until this night, produced this particular answer to the question of who can lead it. The boy who left Honolulu in 1979, searching for the thread that would tie his complicated life into something coherent, has found it, has held it in his hands through the long campaign and the longer years of preparation that preceded it, has followed it all the way to this stage, this night, this crowd, this country. The audacity of hope has become the fact of it. Inheriting the Crisis, Financial Chaos and First Steps, 2009-2010. The morning after changes nothing and everything simultaneously. The crowds have gone home from Grant Park. The television screens that carried the image of Obama on that Chicago stage have moved on to the analysis, the retrospective, the first tentative projections of what a presidency might look like. The campaign apparatus that consumed 21 months and hundreds of millions of dollars, and the concentrated energy of tens of thousands of people, begins almost immediately the process of dissolving back into private life. And Barack Obama, who went to sleep on the night of November 4th as the President-elect of the United States, wakes up on November 5th into the full, unmediated weight of what that means. What it means in the most immediate and practical sense is this: the American economy is in the worst condition it has been in since the Great Depression. The financial system, which began its collapse in September with the fall of Lehman Brothers, has not stabilized in the weeks since. Credit is frozen. Banks that were considered foundational institutions of American economic life are revealed, in the harsh light of the crisis, to be carrying on their books assets of such doubtful value that their solvency is genuinely in question. The unemployment rate, which stood at 4.6% in January of 2007, has been rising with accelerating speed and will reach 10% before the worst of the crisis is past. Retirement accounts have lost trillions of dollars in value. The housing market, whose irrational inflation provided the underlying fuel for the financial system's reckless expansion, is collapsing in ways that are stripping equity and stability from millions of ordinary American families who did nothing more exotic than buy a home. The scope of the catastrophe is, in the weeks of the transition, still being measured. The economists and financial officials who are briefing the president-elect are themselves, in many cases, uncertain about the full dimensions of what they are looking at, uncertain in the way of people standing at the edge of something very large and very dark, able to see the edges but not the bottom. The models that economic forecasters have built to understand and predict the behavior of the American economy have not been built for a situation like this one. The last time the American financial system came this close to total collapse was in the 1930s, and the people who lived through that experience are gone. And the institutional memory of what it actually felt like, of how quickly confidence can drain from an economy, and how long and painful the process of rebuilding it can be, is largely theoretical rather than lived. Obama receives his economic briefings in Chicago during the transition weeks with the focused attention of someone who is learning the dimensions of a problem that he will soon be wholly responsible for addressing. He has assembled around him an economic team of considerable distinction: Timothy Geithner, the president of the New York Federal Reserve, who will become Treasury Secretary; Lawrence Summers, the former Harvard president and Treasury Secretary under Clinton, who will lead the National Economic Council; Christina Romer, an economic historian whose scholarship on the Great Depression gives her a particular kind of relevant expertise, who will chair the Council of Economic Advisors. They are serious people who disagree with each other in important ways about the right response to the crisis, and Obama listens to their disagreements with the same quality of careful, undisturbed attention that he has always brought to the best of his deliberative moments. The picture they paint is genuinely alarming. The economy is losing jobs at a rate of several 100,000 per month. The banking system requires an infusion of capital that is measured in hundreds of billions of dollars just to remain functional. The credit markets that allow businesses to borrow money for ordinary operations have seized in ways that threaten not just the financial sector, but the entire productive economy. The manufacturers and retailers and small businesses whose daily operations depend on the availability of credit the way that the body depends on the availability of blood. The GDP is contracting at an annualized rate that, if sustained, would produce economic damage of historic proportions. The advice Obama receives is, in its essential outline, consistent. The government must act quickly and at sufficient scale. The stimulus must be large enough to offset the contraction of private demand that the crisis has produced, large enough to put money in the hands of people who will spend it, to fund the public investments that will keep teachers and firefighters employed and infrastructure projects moving, to prevent the downward spiral of contraction and unemployment and reduced spending and further contraction that characterized the worst years of the Depression. The economists debate the exact size and composition of the stimulus package, but not the necessity of one. The question of scale is, from the very beginning, constrained by political reality in ways that the economic analysis does not account for. Christina Romer's team produces an analysis suggesting that addressing the full dimensions of the economic contraction would require a stimulus package in the range of $1.8 trillion, a number so large that it is, in the political environment of January 2009, essentially impossible to pass through the United States Congress. The number that Obama's team eventually settles on, $787 billion, is arrived at through a negotiation between the economic ideal and the political achievable, and it is a number that will be debated for years afterward by economists who believe it was insufficient, and by politicians who believe it was excessive, and by the president himself, who will acknowledge with characteristic honesty that in retrospect a larger initial stimulus might have shortened the recovery. The inauguration is January 20th, 2009. It is a day of shattering cold in Washington. The temperature hovers around 17 degrees Fahrenheit as the crowds gather on the National Mall, and they gather in numbers that have not been seen in this city, perhaps in this country, for a public event in living memory. The estimates range from 1.2 million to nearly 2 million people, stretched from the Capitol steps west along the reflecting pool and beyond, a sea of human beings standing in the cold because they need, in some way that cannot be entirely reduced to political enthusiasm, to be present for this. To stand in the same physical space where this thing is happening. To be in their bodies, witnesses. Obama walks to the podium and takes the oath of office, administered by Chief Justice John Roberts, an oath that is, in a small moment of Inauguration Day stumble, initially imperfectly delivered and repeated the following day in a private ceremony to ensure its legal completeness. He places his hand on the same Bible that Abraham Lincoln used at his inauguration, a choice that is not accidental, that places this moment in deliberate continuity with the most consequential test of American democratic principle in the country's history. His inaugural address is not the speech of Grant Park. It does not soar in the same way, does not carry the same quality of collective release and earned exhilaration that the election night speech carried. It is, instead, a speech of honest seriousness, a speech that acknowledges the crisis directly and without softening, that frames the work ahead in terms of its genuine difficulty, that calls on the country not for its hope but for its effort. He speaks about the ground having shifted beneath their feet, about the indicators of economic crisis being no less real for being statistics. He speaks about the need for a new era of responsibility, a recognition that there are no easy answers and no painless remedies, and that the country's path back to health will require sustained work and honest sacrifice rather than the comfortable illusion that someone else will bear the cost. It is, in its deliberate sobriety, a speech that some of his supporters find slightly deflating. They have come to the mall in the cold, expecting the uplift of Grant Park, and they receive instead a kind of governing document, a statement of what the presidency is actually going to look like beneath the historic symbolism of its beginning. It is, in retrospect, exactly the right speech for the moment, a signal that the man who spoke with such hope during the campaign is now the man who will govern with such honesty during the crisis, and that the honesty and the hope are, in his understanding, not opposites, but the same thing looked at from different angles. He moves into the White House with his family, with Michelle, who has spent the transition months managing the move and the children's transition to new schools with characteristic efficiency, and with Malia and Sasha, who begin at Sidwell Friends School in Washington, and who are followed on their first day by the same kind of security detail that will accompany every movement of their lives for the foreseeable future. Michelle's mother, Marian Robinson, moves into the White House as well, providing the daily continuity of family that the girls need and that the demands of the presidency make otherwise impossible to guarantee. The White House becomes, in these early weeks, a home as well as an institution. The girls' laughter in the corridors, the First Lady's garden being planned, the family dinners that Obama insists on maintaining as a non-negotiable anchor of daily life, regardless of what the presidential schedule demands. He gets a dog. He promised Malia and Sasha during the campaign that whatever the outcome, they would get a dog. And in April of 2009, a Portuguese water dog named Bo arrives at the White House, a gift from Senator Ted Kennedy, who kept the breed himself and who wants, in this small domestic way, to welcome the new family to the city. Bo becomes a fixture of the early Obama White House, a presence in the family photographs, a companion for the girls, a small, living reminder that the building is a home as well as a seat of power. But the home exists inside the crisis, and the crisis does not observe family dinner schedules. The American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, the stimulus package, moves through Congress in the weeks immediately following the inauguration with a speed that reflects the genuine urgency of the economic situation, and a difficulty that reflects the genuine depth of the political divisions that the new president has inherited. Obama makes a deliberate and significant decision in these early weeks, a decision that will be debated throughout his presidency, and that reflects something fundamental about his political philosophy. He reaches out to Republican members of Congress. He visits the House Republican caucus. He invites Republican leaders to the White House. He makes specific adjustments to the stimulus package, including a larger proportion of tax cuts than his economic advisors would have chosen, in response to Republican concerns, attempting to construct the kind of bipartisan support for the legislation that he has been promising since the campaign. Not a single House Republican votes for the bill. 3 Senate Republicans, Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, Olympia Snowe of Maine, Susan Collins of Maine, provide the votes that allow it to pass the Senate. The final bill, signed into law on February 17, 2009, is a product almost entirely of Democratic support, and it passes in the face of a Republican opposition that has made the decision in these very early weeks of the new administration that unified opposition rather than constructive engagement is the political strategy they will pursue. This decision by the Republican Party, the decision to make Obama's failure, rather than the country's recovery, the organizing principle of their legislative strategy, will shape the entire political landscape of the Obama years in ways that are consequential and, for the president, deeply frustrating. He has come to office believing, with genuine conviction, that the partisan divisions of the Bush years are not inevitable features of American political life, but products of a particular political moment that a different kind of leadership can transcend. He discovers, in these early weeks and months, that the party across the aisle has reached a different conclusion, that the political incentives of their situation point not toward cooperation but toward obstruction, and that the political logic of their position is not unreasonable from their own perspective, whatever its costs to the country. The stimulus passes and begins its work. The early months of 2009 are, economically, still deeply frightening. The job losses continue through the winter and into the spring. The unemployment rate climbs toward 10%. The housing market has not yet found its floor. The stimulus money flows into the economy, funding infrastructure projects and research grants and tax relief, and aid to states that are cutting services and laying off teachers and firefighters at exactly the moment when the economic logic most clearly requires the opposite. The economic historians who study this period will eventually conclude that the stimulus did what it was designed to do, that without it the recession would have been significantly deeper and the recovery significantly slower. But the verdict of history is not available in real time. And in real time, the economy is still losing jobs, and the unemployment rate is still rising, and the political cost of the pain is falling on the administration that inherited the crisis rather than the one that created it. The financial rescue operation that is also underway in these months is, in many ways, even more politically difficult than the stimulus. The Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, has been created by the Bush administration in the final weeks of 2008, and Obama inherits both its mechanisms and its profound political unpopularity. The spectacle of the federal government providing hundreds of billions of dollars to the financial institutions whose reckless behavior produced the crisis, while ordinary Americans lose their homes and their jobs and their retirement savings, generates a fury that is entirely understandable and that has no easy political resolution. Obama shares some of the fury. He says so, publicly and privately, in terms that are unambiguous. He is angry at the behavior of the financial institutions. He is angry at the regulatory failures that allowed it. He is angry at the bonuses being paid to the executives of institutions that are surviving only because of public money. He is also, when he puts the anger aside, convinced by his economic advisors that the financial system must be stabilized, that allowing the banks to fail would produce an economic catastrophe so much larger than the current one that the political discomfort of the rescue is the price that must be paid. The advice is sound. It is also politically toxic. And navigating the gap between sound policy and political toxicity is one of the defining experiences of the first 2 years of his presidency. The auto industry adds another dimension to the crisis. General Motors and Chrysler, battered by the recession and by years of strategic decisions that have left them less competitive than their foreign rivals, are on the edge of bankruptcy in the early weeks of 2009. The question of whether the government should intervene to prevent their collapse is not a simple one. There are genuine arguments about whether the right policy response is to let the market take its course and allow the companies to fail, or to intervene in ways that preserve hundreds of thousands of jobs in the manufacturing communities of Michigan and Ohio and Indiana that are already among the hardest hit by the recession. Obama chooses intervention, providing the financial support that allows General Motors and Chrysler to go through managed bankruptcy and emerge as restructured, viable companies. It is a decision that is politically controversial in the moment. Critics on the right see it as government overreach into private markets. Critics on the left feel that the terms imposed on the companies do not do enough to protect workers, and a decision that is, in the subsequent years, vindicated by the recovery of both companies and the preservation of the manufacturing base that their survival represents. In the middle of all this economic emergency, Obama is also attempting to begin the work of the broader policy agenda that his campaign promised. He is attempting to do what presidents do, to address not just the crisis in front of him, but the longer-term challenges that constitute the actual work of governing over time. He signs the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, the first bill of his presidency, on January 29th, a measure aimed at addressing pay discrimination based on gender, named for the Alabama woman whose own experience of workplace discrimination prompted its creation. He begins the process of closing the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay, or attempts to begin it, quickly discovering that the legal and political complexities of the facility are even more intractable than they appeared from the outside, that the question of what to do with the detainees currently held there has no clean or simple answer, and that the congressional opposition to any resolution that involves bringing detainees to American soil is fierce and bipartisan. Guantanamo will remain open, a persistent reminder of the distance between the aspirations of campaign promises and the constraints of governing reality. He orders the drawdown of American combat forces in Iraq, honoring the commitment he made during the campaign to end a war that he opposed from its beginning. The withdrawal is managed with the care and the deliberation of an administration that understands the consequences of getting it wrong, the chaos and violence that could follow a precipitous departure, the regional implications of an Iraq left in conditions of instability that invite the influence of neighbors whose interests are not aligned with American ones. He also orders, almost simultaneously, a significant escalation of the American military presence in Afghanistan, a decision that reflects his assessment of the unfinished business of the original post-September 11th intervention, and that will become one of the most debated choices of his presidency, generating criticism from the left that he has simply traded one unwinnable war for continued investment in another. He wins the Nobel Peace Prize in October of 2009. The announcement comes just 9 months into his presidency, before any of the major foreign policy initiatives of his administration have had time to develop or produce outcomes, and it generates, as a result, a complicated public response. Admiration from those who see in it a recognition of what his election represents to the world. Skepticism from those who feel that a prize for peace should reflect demonstrated achievement rather than anticipated promise. Obama himself, in accepting the prize in Oslo, speaks with the characteristic honesty of a man who understands the dissonance of receiving a peace prize while presiding over 2 active wars. He does not pretend that the prize reflects accomplishments he has not yet made. He accepts it on behalf of something larger than himself, on behalf of the idea of American leadership at its most serious and most humane. And he delivers, in Oslo, one of the most searching and intellectually honest speeches of his presidency, a sustained meditation on the nature of just war and the moral complexity of wielding force in a world where the alternatives to force are not always available. The work of healthcare reform begins in the spring of 2009, running parallel to the ongoing management of the economic crisis in a way that tests the administrative and political bandwidth of the White House to its limits. Healthcare is the issue that Obama identified during the campaign as the central domestic challenge of the era, the issue where the gap between what the country says it values and what its institutions actually deliver is most visible and most costly. 47 million Americans are without health insurance. Tens of millions more are underinsured, technically covered but practically exposed to financial catastrophe if they become seriously ill. Medical costs are rising faster than wages, faster than inflation, fast enough that the trajectory, if unaddressed, threatens to consume an increasing share of both the federal budget and the household budgets of ordinary American families. The Affordable Care Act, the legislation that will become the defining domestic achievement of Obama's presidency, and the most contested, spends most of 2009 being crafted in the committees of Congress. It is a legislative process of extraordinary complexity and duration, involving the competing interests of insurance companies and pharmaceutical manufacturers and hospital systems and physician organizations and patient advocates and state governments and the full spectrum of political opinion within the Democratic caucus. The bill that eventually emerges is not a simple or elegant piece of legislation. It is a product of negotiation and compromise on every page, carrying within it the marks of every concession that was required to bring it through the Senate and the House. The political opposition to the bill generates, through the summer and fall of 2009, a level of public heat that the Obama administration has not previously experienced. Town hall meetings held by Democratic members of Congress are disrupted by organized protests. The phrase death panels enters the political vocabulary, a distortion of a provision in the bill that would allow Medicare to reimburse doctors for conversations with patients about end-of-life care, a provision so obviously reasonable and humane that its transformation into a sinister government conspiracy requires a level of deliberate misrepresentation that is, by any honest standard, extraordinary. The Tea Party movement, energized by opposition to the stimulus and the bank bailouts and the auto industry rescue and the healthcare bill, takes to the streets with a passion and an organizational effectiveness that the Republican Party is simultaneously nervous about and eager to harness. Obama addresses the opposition directly in a speech to a joint session of Congress in September of 2009. A speech during which South Carolina Republican Congressman Joe Wilson shouts, "You lie," from the House floor, an outburst so far outside the norms of congressional decorum that it generates its own news cycle and becomes a symbol for many observers of the quality of political opposition that the first black president is encountering. Obama absorbs the interruption with the steadiness that has become his public signature and continues the speech, making the case for the healthcare reform with the patient, specific, policy-grounded clarity that is his most effective register. The bill passes. It passes the Senate on Christmas Eve of 2009 with 60 votes, the precise threshold required to overcome a filibuster, with not a single vote to spare, after months of negotiation that include a particularly difficult period in which the vote of Nebraska Senator Ben Nelson requires a specific accommodation to his state's Medicaid funding that becomes known derisively as the Cornhusker kickback. It passes the House in March of 2010, after a procedural path that requires a legislative maneuver of considerable complexity, the use of a reconciliation process that allows the House to pass the Senate bill and a set of amendments simultaneously, avoiding the need to send the bill back to the Senate for another clobbering vote. Obama signs the Affordable Care Act into law on March 23, 2010. It is the most significant piece of social legislation passed by the United States Congress since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. It extends health insurance coverage to more than 20 million Americans who previously lacked it. It prohibits insurance companies from denying coverage on the basis of pre-existing conditions. It allows young people to remain on their parents' insurance until the age of 26. It creates exchanges where individuals and small businesses can compare and purchase coverage. It expands Medicaid to cover millions of low-income Americans. It is imperfect. It contains compromises and gaps and provisions that its own architects would have written differently in a world without political constraints. And it is, by any honest measure of what American social legislation has previously achieved, transformative. The political cost of its passage is immediate and significant. The Democratic Party, which has spent the year of the healthcare fight absorbing the fury of the opposition, enters the 2010 midterm election season in a weakened position. The economy, though stabilizing, has not yet produced the job growth that would allow ordinary Americans to feel that the crisis is genuinely behind them. The unemployment rate is still close to 10%. The stimulus has done its work, but its work is invisible in the way that prevented catastrophes are always invisible. You cannot point to the depression that did not happen, cannot make the public feel the unemployment rate that did not reach 20% because the government intervened. What you can do is watch the political consequences accumulate. The midterm elections of November 2010 are, for the Democratic Party, a historic defeat, the loss of 63 House seats, the largest midterm loss for a sitting president's party since 1938. Republicans take control of the House. The political landscape of Washington shifts again, fundamentally, and with consequences that will define the remainder of the Obama presidency. The governing coalition that passed the stimulus and the healthcare bill and the financial reform legislation, the Dodd-Frank Act, a sweeping overhaul of financial regulation passed in July of 2010 that represents the most significant restructuring of the American financial system since the New Deal, loses its majority, and with it the practical capacity to move major legislation. Obama stands before the cameras after the midterm results and calls it a shellacking, using the word without self-pity or excuse, with the direct, unvarnished honesty of a man who understands what has happened and is not going to pretend otherwise. It is a loss, and he says so. He also says what he always says in these moments of political reversal, what his nature and his history have equipped him to say with genuine rather than performed conviction, that the work continues, that the direction does not change, that the size of the setback is not a measure of the size of the commitment. He has been president for less than 2 years. He has inherited the worst economic crisis in 80 years and prevented it from becoming a depression. He has passed healthcare legislation that will cover tens of millions of Americans who could not previously access care. He has stabilized a financial system that was on the edge of collapse and restructured an auto industry that was on the edge of extinction. He has ended combat operations in Iraq and won, in Oslo, a Nobel Prize that he accepted with more honesty about its premature quality than any other recipient in recent memory. He has done all of this while maintaining the dignity of the office with a consistency and a seriousness that the country has not always demanded of its presidents, but that he has, from the very beginning, understood to be non-negotiable. The shellacking hurts. The losses are real and the consequences are significant, and the path forward is narrower than the one he walked through his first 2 years. But the foundation is laid. The legislation is signed. The history is made. And the man who stood in the cold in Springfield in February of 2007 and asked the country to believe in something audacious is still standing, still governing, still committed to the unglamorous, incremental, essential work of making the country's institutions function better for the people they exist to serve. The crisis has been inherited. The first steps have been taken. The road ahead is longer than anyone hoped and shorter than anyone feared. It continues. The legislative battleground. Healthcare and hard choices 2010 to 2012. There is a particular kind of governing that becomes necessary when the legislative majority disappears, a governing that is less like construction and more like maintenance, less like the grand laying of foundations, and more like the patient, unglamorous work of protecting what has already been built while looking for the narrow openings that divided government occasionally permits. Barack Obama enters the second half of his first term in exactly this condition, operating in a Washington that has been fundamentally rearranged by the midterm results of November 2010, navigating a House of Representatives now controlled by a Republican majority that has arrived in Washington with a mandate from its base to dismantle, as thoroughly and as quickly as possible, the legislative achievements of the preceding 2 years. The new Republican majority is not a single thing. It contains within it the established figures of the Congressional Republican Party, the minority leader, John Boehner of Ohio, now Speaker of the House, a man of old-school political instincts who understands the mechanics of legislative power and who is, beneath the performative opposition of his public role, capable of the kind of deal-making that Washington's most consequential moments have always required. It also contains the freshmen elected on the energy of the Tea Party movement, members who have come to Washington not to make deals, but to stop government, who regard compromise not as the necessary condition of democratic governance, but as a form of surrender, who have promised their constituents resistance rather than results, and who intend to deliver on that promise regardless of what it costs the institution they have joined or the country it is supposed to serve. Obama looks at this new landscape with the clear eyes of a man who has been a legislator himself, who knows from direct experience how the mechanics of divided government work and where the opportunities for progress exist even in conditions of sustained opposition. He knows that the loss of the House majority does not make him powerless, that the executive branch retains substantial authority, that the regulatory apparatus of the federal government can continue to implement the legislation already passed, that foreign policy and executive action and the ongoing management of the economy provide significant space for consequential governing even without new legislation. He knows all of this, and he sets about the work of the reduced but still significant possible. The lame duck session of the outgoing Congress, in December of 2010, produces a legislative record that surprises observers who have concluded, too quickly, that the midterm defeat has ended Obama's capacity to move the country. In a compressed and intense period of negotiation, Obama strikes a deal with congressional Republicans on a tax package that extends the Bush-era tax cuts, a concession to Republican priorities that infuriates much of his base, which had argued for allowing the cuts to expire for upper-income taxpayers as a matter of both fiscal responsibility and economic fairness, in exchange for an extension of unemployment benefits for the long-term unemployed and a payroll tax cut that puts money directly in the pockets of working Americans. It is not the deal he would have designed from first principles. It is the deal that the political conditions of the moment permit, and he takes it, absorbing the criticism from the left with the equanimity of someone who has decided that the perfect is not an acceptable reason to forfeit the achievable. The lame duck session also produces, in December of 2010, the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the policy that since 1993 has prohibited openly gay and lesbian Americans from serving in the military. The repeal is, in its substance, a matter of basic dignity and equal treatment, the recognition that a person's sexual orientation has no bearing on their capacity to serve their country in uniform, that the policy of exclusion has cost the military the service of thousands of trained and capable people for no reason that can be honestly defended. It is also, politically, a significant moment, a signal that the administration's commitment to the equal treatment of gay and lesbian Americans is not merely rhetorical, that it is willing to spend political capital on concrete policy change, even in the compressed and difficult conditions of a lame duck session. Obama signs the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell on December 22, 2010, surrounded by veterans and active service members who have fought for the change. It is a quiet signing ceremony by the standards of historic legislation, without the pageantry of the healthcare signing earlier that year, and it is, in its quietness, appropriate. This is not a moment for celebration of the president's achievement, but for acknowledgement of the service members whose lives the change affects, whose dignity the change restores, whose years of serving in silence the repeal finally, belatedly, officially recognizes. The new year brings the new Congress, and with it the full weight of the divided government that the midterms have produced. John Boehner becomes Speaker of the House, the gavel passing from Nancy Pelosi in a ceremony that is cordial in its form and consequential in its meaning. The legislative agenda of the next 2 years will be shaped not by the Speaker who drove the healthcare bill through the House, but by the Speaker who has promised to dismantle it. The Republican majority immediately begins the symbolic and then the substantive work of that promise, voting to repeal the Affordable Care Act in full, a vote that produces exactly the result its organizers understand it will produce, which is passage in the House and death in the Senate, a gesture of commitment to the base rather than a serious legislative strategy, though it will be repeated with variations more than 60 times over the course of the Republican majority's tenure. The most consequential confrontation of 2011 is not over health care, but over the debt ceiling, a confrontation that reveals, with unusual clarity, the nature of the governing challenge that Obama faces and the lengths to which the Republican majority is prepared to go in pursuit of its objectives. The debt ceiling is, in the mechanics of American government finance, a legislative limit on the amount of money the federal government is authorized to borrow to pay obligations it has already incurred. It has historically been raised as a matter of routine. It is not a vote on new spending, but on the payment of existing bills, and refusing to raise it is, in the understanding of economists and financial analysts, roughly analogous to a homeowner deciding not to make mortgage payments on a house they have already bought. The consequences of a default on American debt obligations would be, in the assessment of virtually every serious economist, catastrophic, a shattering of the global confidence in American creditworthiness that has been the foundation of the international financial system since the end of the Second World War. The Tea Party freshmen in the House Republican caucus are prepared to allow a default rather than raise the ceiling without significant spending cuts. This is a negotiating position of considerable force precisely because it is genuinely extreme. The willingness to accept catastrophic consequences gives a negotiator leverage that a more reasonable position does not provide, because the party that is unwilling to go to the brink must eventually pay to prevent going over it. Obama negotiates with Boehner through the summer of 2011, the two men conducting a series of conversations that come close, on several occasions, to producing a comprehensive budget agreement, a grand bargain that would have combined significant spending cuts with revenue increases before the negotiations collapse, partly because the conservative wing of the Republican caucus will not accept any deal that includes tax increases regardless of the concessions offered in exchange, and partly because the process itself, conducted under the pressure of a manufactured crisis with a hard deadline attached, is not conducive to the kind of patient, trust-building negotiation that comprehensive fiscal deals require. The deal that is eventually struck, the Budget Control Act of 2011, signed in August, averts the default but produces consequences that will haunt the subsequent years of Obama's presidency. The agreement imposes spending caps that reduce discretionary spending across the federal government, with a particular mechanism, the sequester, that, if triggered, would impose automatic across-the-board cuts to both defense and domestic spending. The sequester is designed to be so unacceptable to both parties, cutting defense in ways that Republicans cannot tolerate, cutting domestic programs in ways that Democrats cannot tolerate, that the threat of its implementation would force the two sides back to the negotiating table to reach a more sensible agreement. The assumption is that rational actors, facing consequences this damaging to their respective priorities, will find a way to the reasonable middle. The assumption is wrong. The sequester will eventually be triggered, and its cuts will reduce federal investment in research and education and infrastructure and defense at exactly the moment when the economy most needs the stimulative effect of public investment. It will take years to fully undo its damage, and some of it will never be fully undone. Amid the fiscal confrontations of 2011, Obama is also managing a foreign policy landscape of extraordinary volatility. The Arab Spring, the wave of popular uprisings that sweeps through the Arab world, beginning in late 2010 with the self-immolation of a Tunisian street vendor named Mohamed Bouazizi and the protests it ignites, presents his administration with a series of rapid-fire decisions about American values and American interests that do not resolve into clean answers. In Tunisia and Egypt, long-standing authoritarian leaders fall relatively quickly, and the administration navigates the transition with the care of a government that is simultaneously committed to democratic values and aware that the stability of countries in a strategically critical region is not a trivial concern. Obama calls on Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak to respond to his people's demands, a call that puts the United States on the side of the protesters in ways that alarm some regional allies and satisfy those who believe American foreign policy has too long tolerated friendly authoritarians. Libya presents a harder case. The Gaddafi regime, facing a popular uprising of its own, threatens to massacre the rebels advancing against it, a threat made with sufficient specificity and by a regime with sufficient history of violent repression that the international community treats it as a genuine statement of intent rather than a rhetorical escalation. Obama faces the decision that will define his approach to the use of force, whether to intervene to prevent a massacre in Libya, and, if so, how and under what authority, and with what explicit limits on American commitment. He intervenes, but in a manner carefully designed to avoid the full American military engagement that Libya's geography and the Gaddafi regime's weakness might seem to invite. He secures United Nations Security Council authorization for a no-fly zone and military action to protect civilians. He constructs a coalition that includes NATO allies and, significantly, Arab states, a coalition whose breadth provides both military capacity and political legitimacy. He insists that the United States will lead the initial military action and then pass primary responsibility to its allies, a posture that his critics describe, with some derision, as leading from behind, and that he describes as the appropriate exercise of American power in a situation where the direct commitment of American ground forces would transform a multilateral humanitarian intervention into another American war of choice. Gaddafi falls. The rebel forces, supported by the NATO air campaign, take Tripoli in August of 2011, and Gaddafi is killed by rebel fighters in October. The immediate outcome is, by the narrow standard of the intervention's stated objective, the prevention of a massacre, a success. The subsequent years in Libya, as the country struggles to build functioning institutions in the aftermath of the regime's collapse and descends into factional violence and civil conflict, tell a more complicated story. It is a story that Obama will later cite as one of the significant mistakes of his presidency. Not the intervention itself, but the failure to plan adequately for what comes after. The same failure that he identified in the Iraq War he opposed from the beginning, and that the pattern of history suggests is the characteristic failure of military interventions by even the most thoughtful and well-intentioned of governments. In the same month that Gaddafi is killed, the United States kills Anwar al-Awlaki, an American citizen who has become a senior operational figure in al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula in a drone strike in Yemen. The strike raises profound legal and constitutional questions. The targeted killing of an American citizen by his own government, without trial or judicial process, on the basis of executive determination that he has become an enemy combatant. Questions that Obama's supporters on civil liberties grounds find deeply troubling, and that Obama's administration defends on the basis of a legal analysis that many constitutional scholars regard as insufficient. It is one of the sharpest illustrations of the tension that defines his presidency on questions of national security. The tension between the constitutional lawyer who understands the civil liberties implications of executive power and the commander-in-chief who has concluded that the threat of terrorism requires tools that the civil liberties framework does not comfortably accommodate. The drone program is, throughout Obama's presidency, one of the most contested dimensions of his national security policy. He inherits it from his predecessor, expands it significantly, and uses it as the primary tool for pursuing al-Qaeda and affiliated terrorist organizations in Pakistan and Yemen and Somalia and elsewhere. The program kills people who are genuinely dangerous, operational planners and bomb makers and financiers of terrorist activity, whose deaths remove real capacity from organizations that intend real harm to real people. It also kills civilians, in numbers that the administration's accounting acknowledges, but that independent analysts believe to be higher than official counts reflect. Obama reviews the strike lists personally, in meetings that his aides describe as conducted with genuine seriousness and moral weight. He is not casual about these decisions. He is also not deterred by their moral complexity from making them. In the spring of 2011, Obama makes the decision that will, in the immediate political sense, define his first term more than any other single moment: the decision to authorize a special operations raid on a compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan, where intelligence analysts have concluded, with significant but not complete certainty, that Osama bin Laden is living. The intelligence picture has been assembled over years of painstaking work, following the chain of bin Laden's communications and the movements of his couriers with the patient, cumulative methodology of professional intelligence collection. The compound in Abbottabad, a military garrison city about 35 miles north of Islamabad, an unlikely location for the world's most wanted man, but one whose specific features, including unusual security measures and the absence of internet or telephone connections, have attracted the attention of analysts, is identified in 2010 as a likely bin Laden location. Obama is briefed on the intelligence picture and begins receiving regular updates as the case develops through the fall of 2010 and into 2011. By March of 2011, he has been presented with a set of options. He can do nothing and continue surveillance in the hope of developing more complete certainty. He can strike the compound with a missile attack, which would destroy it but might not confirm bin Laden's death or produce remains for identification. He can authorize a helicopter raid by Special Operations Forces, specifically the Navy SEAL team known as SEAL Team 6, that would enter the compound, eliminate bin Laden if he is there, and collect intelligence materials. The raid option is the most operationally complex and the most politically dangerous. If the intelligence is wrong, if bin Laden is not there, if the operation is compromised, or if Pakistani military forces respond to the presence of American helicopters in their airspace, the consequences could be severe across multiple dimensions. Obama asks his advisors to assess the probability that bin Laden is in the compound. The answers range from 40% to 90%, with most clustering around 50 or 60. A level of uncertainty that is, in the world of intelligence assessment, relatively high but far from definitive. He listens to the arguments for each option. He asks questions. He sits with the decision. He authorizes the raid. On the night of May 1, 2011, May 2 in Pakistan, 2 Black Hawk helicopters carrying 23 Navy SEALs cross from Afghanistan into Pakistani airspace and fly toward Abbottabad. Obama and his national security team gather in the White House Situation Room to monitor the operation in real time. The photograph taken in that room, Obama hunched forward in a chair in a corner, surrounded by his national security advisors, all of them watching something outside the frame with an intensity that is almost physical in its quality, becomes one of the defining images of his presidency, a document of the moment when the most consequential decision of his first term reaches its point of irreversibility. The operation takes approximately 40 minutes. Osama bin Laden is killed in the compound. The SEALs collect intelligence materials, hard drives and documents and other materials whose contents will be analyzed for months afterward, and withdraw. One of the helicopters crashes on landing within the compound and is destroyed by the team to prevent its technology from falling into Pakistani hands. The team departs with bin Laden's body, which is subsequently buried at sea in accordance with Islamic tradition. Obama announces bin Laden's death to the nation in a late-night address from the East Room of the White House. He is calm and specific, neither triumphalist nor muted, threading the needle between the appropriate acknowledgement of a significant moment and the inappropriate celebration of a killing, however justified. He speaks about justice, about the work of the intelligence and military professionals whose years of effort produced this moment, about the families of September 11th victims for whom the news carries a particular weight. Outside the White House, crowds gather spontaneously, chanting and celebrating in the summer night. Obama watches from inside, moved by the emotion but slightly uncomfortable, as he always is, with the spectacle of public celebration of death, however deserved. The killing of bin Laden does not end the threat of terrorism. It does not resolve the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. It does not heal the wounds of September 11th in any complete sense. But it is, in the practical terms of the campaign against al-Qaeda, a significant blow, the removal of the organization's most important symbol and, to a lesser degree, its most important operational figure. And it is, in the political terms of Obama's presidency, a demonstration of the willingness to act with decisiveness when the intelligence picture and the stakes warranted, a rebuttal to the suggestion that his deliberative temperament is a form of weakness rather than a form of strength. The political year of 2012 begins with the approach of the presidential election, and the particular way that approaching elections reshape the calculus of everything else. Obama announces his re-election campaign in April of 2011, and the machinery of fundraising and organization begins its work alongside the machinery of governing, the two processes running in parallel in the way that modern American political life requires. The Republican primary field assembles itself through the fall and winter of 2011 and into 2012, producing a protracted and revealing contest among a large field of candidates. Mitt Romney of Massachusetts, the former governor and businessman whose organizational capacity and fundraising strength make him the establishment choice. Rick Santorum of Pennsylvania, whose social conservatism gives him passionate support among evangelical Christians. Newt Gingrich of Georgia, whose intellectual energy and rhetorical ferocity produce a series of surges that ultimately cannot survive the weight of his own record and personality. Ron Paul of Texas, whose libertarian consistency earns him a devoted following that the party's structure cannot accommodate. Romney wins the nomination, emerging from a primary process that has required him to defend positions on immigration and healthcare and economic policy that sit uncomfortably with his own record as Massachusetts governor, and that will constrain his general election positioning in ways that the Obama campaign is carefully tracking. Romney is, as a candidate, a man of genuine intelligence and organizational effectiveness whose political instincts are somewhat less certain than his management instincts. A businessman who has mastered the vocabulary of executive decision-making and who finds the emotional register of democratic politics with its demands for public vulnerability and personal connection less natural. The general election campaign of 2012 is, in its essential character, a referendum on the Obama presidency, on whether the economic recovery, still slow and still painful but measurably real, represents sufficient progress to warrant a second term, and on whether the Republican alternative offers a genuinely preferable vision of the country's future. Obama campaigns on his record, on the healthcare law and the auto industry rescue and the financial reform, and the job growth that has been occurring steadily if slowly since the depths of the recession. Romney campaigns on the pace of the recovery, on the unemployment rate that remains above 7%, on the argument that a businessman's approach to the federal government would produce economic results that a community organizer's approach has failed to deliver. The debates between Obama and Romney are three, and they produce one of the most significant moments of self-inflicted political damage of the campaign. Obama's performance in the first debate, held in Denver in October of 2012, is by his own subsequent acknowledgement poor. He is flat and disengaged, failing to challenge Romney's repositioning of his own record on healthcare and taxes with the directness that the moment requires. Romney performs well, with an energy and a crispness that his primary campaign had not always displayed. The post-debate commentary is almost uniformly damaging to Obama, and the polling tightens in ways that produce, within the campaign, a genuine alarm. He recovers in the second and third debates, particularly in the second, a town hall format at Hofstra University, in which a question from an undecided voter about the attack on the American diplomatic compound in Benghazi, Libya, on September 11 of 2012, in which Ambassador Chris Stevens and 3 other Americans were killed, produces an exchange of unusual intensity. Romney challenges Obama's characterization of his response to the attack, claiming that Obama had not called it an act of terror in his initial remarks. Obama says he did say that. Moderator Candy Crowley confirms, live on national television, that Obama is correct, that the Rose Garden statement the day after the attack had indeed used the phrase act of terror. The moment encapsulates something about the campaign that the polls have been suggesting, that Romney's challenge, for all its discipline and resource, has not succeeded in making the fundamental case that Obama's presidency has failed. Obama wins re-election on November 6, 2012, with 332 electoral votes to Romney's 206. The popular vote margin is smaller than 2008, 51% to Romney's 47, reflecting both the genuine difficulty of the economic landscape and the natural tightening that second-term elections tend to produce. But it is a clear and decisive victory. Ohio, the perennial bellwether of presidential elections, goes to Obama. So does Virginia and Colorado and Nevada, and a collection of states that together constitute a map of the changing America, more diverse, more urban, more educated, that his coalition both reflects and represents. He wins, and the country watches him accept the victory from Chicago. Not the enormous outdoor spectacle of Grant Park in 2008, but an indoor venue, more intimate in scale, the crowd's emotion quieter and more seasoned, the joy real but weighted with an understanding of what 4 more years of governing in these conditions will require. He speaks about the work unfinished and the road ahead. He speaks about the America that has just voted, not just for him, but for something in itself, for the recognition that the country's diversity is not a problem to be managed, but a strength to be drawn upon. He speaks, as he always does at these moments, with an honesty about difficulty that is itself a form of faith. The faith that a country which understands clearly what it is facing is a country better equipped to face it than one that has been offered comfortable illusions in place of the demanding truth. The legislative battleground has been crossed. The hard choices have been made on healthcare, on the debt ceiling, on Libya, on bin Laden, on the drone program, on the budget, on the 1,000 daily decisions that constitute the actual substance of executive power in a democracy of 300 million people. Not all of them have been right. Some of them have been clearly wrong, or at least clearly imperfect, and Obama has said so, with the honesty that his nature and his history demand. But the work continues. The second term is beginning. And the man who ran on hope and governed through crisis is still standing, still committed, still persuaded, despite everything, that the arc of history bends, however slowly, toward justice. He has 4 more years to help it bend. Mandate renewed, facing a divided nation, 2012 to 2015. The second term begins with a ceremony and a truth. The ceremony is the inauguration of January 21, 2013, held on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a coincidence of the calendar that the administration does not underplay, that carries within it a layering of American history so dense and so resonant that the occasion seems almost too large for the formal apparatus of a presidential swearing-in to contain. Obama places his hand on 2 Bibles, one belonging to Abraham Lincoln, used at his first inauguration as well, and one belonging to Martin Luther King Jr., and takes the oath of office for the second time, his daughters standing beside him in the January cold, their faces carrying the particular expression of teenage girls who are simultaneously proud of their father and mildly overwhelmed by the scale of what surrounds them. The truth that accompanies the ceremony is quieter and harder. The truth that a second term for this president in this political environment will require a form of governing more constrained and more contested than the first, that the coalition that re-elected him has not resolved the divisions that the first term revealed, but has simply renewed the mandate to navigate them. His second inaugural address is, in its ambition and its specificity, a document of genuine significance, perhaps the most progressive speech he has given from a presidential podium. He speaks about the unfinished work of American equality, tracing a line from Seneca Falls to Selma to Stonewall, from the women's suffrage movement to the civil rights marches to the Stonewall uprising that launched the modern gay rights movement, and placing his presidency within that longer arc of democratic expansion. He speaks about climate change with a directness that his first term, constrained by the legislative agenda and the political landscape had not always managed. He speaks about the safety net, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, as expressions of the collective commitments that define a society rather than as fiscal burdens to be reformed away. He is, in this speech, staking out the terrain of his second term with more ideological clarity than the cautious triangulations of first-term governing permitted. The address is received by his supporters as the declaration of purpose they have been waiting for, by his critics as confirmation of the progressive agenda they believe he has been concealing beneath the rhetoric of bipartisanship, and by the political analysts as an interesting document whose translation into actual policy will depend on the same divided government and the same Republican opposition that constrained the first term. The address does not change the arithmetic of Congress. It does not alter the basic conditions of the political landscape. But it signals something about how Obama intends to use the space that executive authority provides. And that space, as the second term will demonstrate, is larger than the critics of executive action like to acknowledge, and smaller than the advocates of presidential power tend to claim. John Kerry replaces Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State in February of 2013, arriving at Foggy Bottom with the gravitas of his Senate career and his Vietnam service and his 2004 presidential campaign. A man whose foreign policy seriousness is not in doubt and whose relationship with Obama is one of genuine mutual respect. Chuck Hagel, a Republican Vietnam veteran and former senator from Nebraska, becomes Secretary of Defense, a choice designed to signal that the wind-down of American military engagement in Afghanistan and the re-evaluation of the defense establishment's priorities will be conducted by someone whose own military service gives him the credibility to make hard choices about an institution in which he once served. The national security team of the second term is configured for a different set of challenges than the first. Less economic crisis management, more the patient, complex work of managing American power in a world that is simultaneously more connected and more fractured than the foreign policy frameworks of the Cold War and its immediate aftermath were built to address. The gun control debate erupts into the foreground of American political life on December 14, 2012, when a 20-year-old man enters Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, and kills 20 children between the ages of 6 and 7 years old and 6 adults. It is an act of violence so complete in its horror, so total in its targeting of the most innocent and the most defenseless, that it produces a quality of national grief that feels in the days immediately following, like the moment when the country might finally be moved to act on the question of gun violence in a way that all the previous moments of mass shooting have failed to produce. Obama addresses the nation from the White House briefing room on the afternoon of December 14th. He begins the statement and is stopped, briefly, by emotion. His composure, which has been remarkable and sometimes criticized for its steadiness in moments that seem to demand something more rawly human, breaks in a way that is quiet and genuine and visible, tears on the face of a father of daughters who cannot process what has been done to the children of Newtown in any register other than the personal and the devastating. He collects himself and continues. He says that the country has been through this too many times, that whether it was an elementary school in Newtown, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. He says that we will have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. The meaningful action is harder to produce than the grief that demands it. In the months following Newtown, the administration works with Democratic senators on a package of gun legislation that includes background check expansion, the closure of the so-called gun show loophole that allows private sales at gun shows without the background check required of licensed dealers, and a renewed assault weapons ban, and measures related to mental health and school safety. The background check legislation, co-sponsored by Democrat Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Republican Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, is the measure with the broadest support. Polls consistently show it backed by approximately 90% of the American public, including large majorities of Republican voters. It fails in the Senate in April of 2013, blocked by a filibuster that requires 60 votes to overcome. The vote is 54-46 in favor, with 6 Democratic senators from states with strong gun rights cultures joining every Republican but 4 in opposition. Obama walks into the Rose Garden after the vote with the senators who had supported the bill, parents of Newtown victims among them, and he speaks with a controlled fury that is as close to open anger as he allows himself in public, calling the vote a shameful day in Washington, saying that the overwhelming majority of the American people support background checks and that a minority of senators has chosen to ignore them. He is angry. He is also, beneath the anger, something closer to grief, the grief of a person who has looked clearly at a problem, identified the solution, built the political coalition, made the case, and watched the structural obstacles of the American legislative system defeat all of it in a single procedural vote. He signs a series of executive orders on gun violence, measures within the executive's authority that do not require congressional approval, including improvements to the background check database and directives for federal agencies to share relevant mental health records. They are meaningful at the margins and insufficient at the scale of the problem, and he knows it, and he says so. The gun issue will continue to recur throughout his presidency, each new mass shooting, renewing the grief and the demand for action, and the political reality that the structural obstacles remain in place. The summer of 2013 brings the Trayvon Martin verdict, the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of the unarmed 17-year-old black teenager in Sanford, Florida, on the night of February 26, 2012. The verdict comes down on July 13, 2013, and its impact on the national conversation about race and justice is immediate and seismic. Obama speaks about it publicly and personally in a way that is unusual for him. Unusual not in its thoughtfulness, but in its direct engagement with his own experience as a black man in America. His acknowledgement that Trayvon Martin could have been him 35 years ago, that the experience of being regarded with suspicion in public spaces is one that he knows from inside, not just from observation. It is a moment of personal testimony in a presidency that has been careful, sometimes excessively careful, about the personal dimensions of racial experience, and it lands with the force of something that has been waited for. The Trayvon Martin case and its aftermath are among the catalysts for a movement that begins to organize itself in these months under the phrase that Alicia Garza writes in a Facebook post the night of the verdict, a phrase that becomes a hashtag, a motto, a name for a movement. Black Lives Matter. The movement grows through 2013 and 2014, energized by subsequent incidents of black men and women dying in encounters with law enforcement in circumstances that raise urgent and painful questions about the relationship between police and black communities in America. Questions that are not new, but that the combination of social media and smartphone video and the specific political moment make impossible to confine to the communities most directly affected by them. Obama navigates the racial dimensions of his presidency in these years with the care and the complexity that the subject demands and that his unique position requires. He is the first black president of the United States, which means that his relationship to the ongoing struggles of black Americans is simultaneously intimate and institutional. That the things he says about race carry a different weight than what any of his predecessors could have said, and that the things he does not say carry their own weight as well. He has been cautious throughout his presidency about the extent to which he frames his agenda in explicitly racial terms, understanding that his ability to govern on behalf of all Americans, including the legislative agenda that helps Black Americans most, depends on maintaining a coalition and a credibility that explicit racial framing can complicate. He has been criticized for this caution, from within the Black community and from scholars of race and politics who argue that the president's reluctance to speak plainly about structural racism is itself a form of accommodation to the comfort of white America. The criticism is not entirely wrong, and Obama knows it, and the Trayvon Martin statement suggests that he is, in this period of his presidency, more willing to speak from his own experience and to name the realities of racial inequality in America with greater directness. The question of how much directness is possible, how much is politically sustainable, how much is personally honest, how much serves the interests of the people most affected by the realities he is describing, is one he wrestles with throughout the second term. In August of 2014, a police officer named Darren Wilson shoots and kills Michael Brown, an 18-year-old Black man in Ferguson, Missouri. The shooting is followed by protests in Ferguson that escalate in ways that bring the full complexity of American racial politics into the national conversation with a force that the political system cannot absorb quietly. The images from Ferguson, protesters in the streets, police in military equipment, tear gas and rubber bullets, the body of Michael Brown lying in the summer street for 4 hours before being removed, are among the defining images of the Obama years, images that speak to a set of realities about the relationship between Black Americans and law enforcement that the election of the first Black president has not resolved and in some cases has made more visible by contrast. Obama speaks about Ferguson with care and with a growing willingness to acknowledge what the protests are about. Not merely disorder but genuine grievance, not merely frustration, but the specific, documented reality of Black Americans dying in encounters with law enforcement at rates that the data does not allow to be explained by anything other than race. He convenes a task force on 21st century policing whose recommendations on use of force policies, on community policing, on the military equipment flowing from the federal government to local police departments represent serious engagement with the structural questions the protests raise. He speaks at the memorial for Michael Brown's death in the context of a broader conversation about the criminal justice system that he is having with increasing urgency and increasing directness as the second term progresses. The international landscape of the second term is shaped by a series of crises that arrive without the courtesy of spacing themselves conveniently for management. Russia's annexation of Crimea in February and March of 2014, the seizure of the Ukrainian peninsula by Russian military forces following the fall of the Yanukovych government in Kiev, represents the most direct challenge to the post-Cold War European security order since the end of the Soviet Union. Obama responds with sanctions, with the mobilization of NATO allies, with the diplomatic isolation of Russia in international forums, and with the explicit and emphatic refusal to provide the military response that some voices in Washington are calling for. A refusal grounded in the strategic assessment that a military confrontation with a nuclear power over a peninsula that is not a NATO member is not a risk that the situation warrants. The response is criticized by those who believe it is insufficient to deter further Russian adventurism, and defended by those who believe that the alternatives carry risks of escalation that the critics are not adequately weighing. The argument continues through the remainder of his presidency, and well beyond it. In the Middle East, the collapse of the Syrian government's authority over large portions of its territory, and the rise of the Islamic State, ISIL, as Obama consistently calls it, or ISIS as it becomes known in popular usage, presents a challenge of a different and in some ways more immediately operational kind. ISIL's rapid seizure of large swaths of Iraq and Syria in 2014, its declaration of a caliphate, its execution of American journalists, James Foley and Stephen Sotloff, in videos distributed across social media, with the deliberate brutality of an organization that understands the psychological dimensions of terror. These are developments that demand a response and that resist the easy solutions that the political environment is demanding. Obama authorizes airstrikes against ISIL in Iraq in August of 2014 and in Syria in September, and begins the construction of a coalition of regional and international partners to support a campaign that combines military pressure with the support of local ground forces, Iraqi security forces, and Kurdish fighters, rather than the commitment of American combat troops in the numbers that a more direct military intervention would require. He is, in this decision, applying the lesson of Iraq, that the removal of a threatening regime or organization by American military force does not, in itself, produce the stable successor that American interests require, that the hard work of building functional institutions and political settlements cannot be done from 30,000 feet or at the point of an American bayonet, that the sustainable path is one that empowers local actors rather than substituting American force for the local political will that must ultimately do the work. The Iran nuclear negotiations are, in the second term, the foreign policy initiative that occupies the most sustained attention and that produces eventually the most consequential outcome. For years, the international community has been attempting to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons capability through a combination of economic sanctions and diplomatic pressure. The sanctions have been effective. They have imposed genuine economic pain on Iran in ways that have created the conditions for negotiation, but they have not, by themselves, produced the agreement that would constrain Iran's nuclear program in verifiable and durable ways. Obama makes the decision, in the second term, to pursue a comprehensive diplomatic settlement with full commitment, to treat the Iran nuclear question as the most important single item on the foreign policy agenda, and to apply the full weight of American diplomatic capacity and political credibility to its resolution. The negotiations, conducted in secret and then in public over more than 2 years, involve the United States and 5 other world powers, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, and China on one side, and Iran on the other. They are extraordinarily complex, technically and politically, requiring agreement on the details of uranium enrichment limits and centrifuge numbers and inspection regimes and sanctions relief timelines in a negotiation that is simultaneously a technical arms control exercise and a diplomatic confrontation between adversaries who distrust each other at every level. Secretary Kerry leads the American diplomatic effort with an energy and a personal investment that are remarkable in their sustained intensity, conducting negotiations that stretch across multiple locations and multiple years and multiple moments of apparent collapse before the final agreement is reached. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, is announced in July of 2015. It is, by the assessment of the nuclear non-proliferation experts who study it, a significant achievement, an agreement that constrains Iran's nuclear program in specific and verifiable ways, that extends the so-called breakout time required for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon, that establishes an inspection regime of greater intrusiveness than Iran has previously accepted. It is also, by the assessment of its critics, in the United States and in Israel, whose government regards any agreement that does not permanently and completely dismantle Iran's nuclear capacity as insufficient, an agreement that does too little, that provides Iran with sanctions relief and international legitimacy in exchange for constraints that are real but temporary, that does not address Iran's support for terrorist organizations or its ballistic missile program or its regional behavior that threatens American allies. Obama makes the case for the deal with the thoroughness and the intellectual honesty that characterize his best public arguments, acknowledging its imperfections, refusing the claim that it is a perfect agreement, insisting that the relevant comparison is not the deal versus an ideal world in which Iran has no nuclear program and no regional influence, but the deal versus the realistic alternatives, including the alternative of no agreement and the resumption of nuclear progress under a sanctions regime that would not hold together indefinitely. Congress cannot block the deal. The administration has structured it as an executive agreement rather than a treaty, avoiding the two-thirds Senate ratification requirement, but it can pass a resolution of disapproval, which requires a presidential veto that the administration prepares to exercise. The political fight over the deal is intense, with the Israeli government's lobbying against it, adding a dimension of diplomatic complexity that is unusual even by the standards of American debates over Middle East policy. The deal survives. In June of 2015, a different kind of history is made, not by the Obama administration, but by the Supreme Court, in a ruling whose consequences for American life are as significant as any legislation the administration has passed. The Supreme Court's decision in Obergefell v. Hodges, issued on June 26, holds that the Constitution guarantees same-sex couples the right to marry, that the exclusion of gay and lesbian Americans from the institution of marriage is a violation of the equal protection and due process guarantees of the 14th Amendment. It is a decision that arrives at the end of a decade of rapid change in American public opinion on gay rights, change that Obama has both reflected and, in his own evolution on the question, represented. His evolution is worth noting precisely because he notes it himself, with the honesty that has become his signature. He arrived at the presidency supporting civil unions, but not marriage equality, a position that he subsequently acknowledged was as much politically calibrated as personally held, that his view was evolving in a direction that the political environment of 2008 did not permit him to fully express. In May of 2012, he becomes the first sitting American president to publicly endorse same-sex marriage, a statement made in an interview with ABC News that is straightforward and personal, describing the conversations with his staff and with Michelle and the influence of his daughters and the military service members he has met who are gay, and concluding simply that he thinks same-sex couples should be able to get married. When the Obergefell decision comes down on that June morning in 2015, Obama calls the lead plaintiff, James Obergefell, from Air Force One to offer his congratulations. He speaks about the decision from the Rose Garden with a warmth and a personal investment that are unmistakable. This is not the careful, calibrated language of political positioning, but the genuine expression of someone who believes that what has just happened is right, that the arc of justice has bent in a direction that the country should celebrate. He orders the White House lit in the colors of the rainbow flag that night, and the image of the White House bathed in those colors, the most powerful house in the most powerful nation on earth, illuminated in the symbol of a movement that spent decades demanding the simple recognition of equal human dignity, becomes one of the enduring images of his presidency. 9 days before the Obergefell decision, on June 17 of 2015, a 21-year-old white supremacist named Dylan Roof enters Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, one of the oldest and most historically significant black churches in America, sits for an hour in a Bible study with the congregation, and then opens fire, killing 9 people. The dead include the Reverend Clementa Pinckney, the pastor of the church, and a South Carolina state senator, and 8 members of his congregation who gathered that Wednesday evening for worship and fellowship, and were murdered for it by a young man who stated explicitly that he wanted to start a race war. Obama speaks about the Charleston massacre with the controlled grief that has become the painful signature of these presidential moments, each shooting requiring a statement that must be simultaneously personal and presidential, must acknowledge the enormity of what has happened without exhausting the limited political capital that gun violence prevention requires in a Congress that has consistently declined to act on it. But Charleston produces something more from him. He delivers the eulogy for Reverend Pinckney at the TD Arena in Charleston on June 26, the same day as the Obergefell decision, and he delivers it with a fullness of personal and political and spiritual expression that is unlike anything he has offered from a podium in his presidency. He speaks about grace, the specifically Christian concept of grace, the gift that arrives, not because it is deserved, but because the divine capacity for love exceeds the human capacity for sin. He speaks about the grace of the families of the murdered, who appeared at Dylan Roof's first court appearance 2 days after the shooting and offered him forgiveness, an act of faith so complete and so costly that it stopped the country briefly in its tracks. He speaks about the grace that is required to face the reality of American racial history honestly, not with guilt or with despair, but with the clear-eyed commitment to the ongoing work of building the country that its founding documents promise. And then he pauses, in the middle of the eulogy, and he begins to sing. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. His voice is not a singer's voice. It is the voice of a man who is not performing a song, but reaching for something that words alone cannot carry, something that the full weight of this moment and this place and this history requires a different register to express. The congregation rises with him, and the arena fills with the sound. And it is one of those rare public moments that seem to step outside the ordinary categories of politics and performance and become simply, for the duration of a song, something true. The 3 years between his re-election and this moment in Charleston have carried an enormous weight. The weight of gun violence and racial injustice and global terrorism and economic inequality and political obstruction, and the daily grind of a governing environment that offers fewer openings and more resistance than the first term provided. He has navigated all of it with the steadiness and the seriousness and the intelligence that have always defined him at his best, and he has also, in these years, found the moments, the Rose Garden after the gun vote, the Trayvon Martin statement, the Obergefell rainbow, the Charleston eulogy, where he has spoken from the deepest part of himself rather than from the careful center of what the political situation permits. He is 53 years old, singing Amazing Grace in Charleston, South Carolina, on the same day that the Supreme Court has declared that every American has the right to marry the person they love. The divided nation has not been healed. The divisions are as real as they were on the morning after his re-election, and in some ways more visible, more contested, more resistant to the rhetoric of unity that his presidency has offered as both diagnosis and aspiration. But the work has not stopped, and the commitment has not wavered. And the man at the podium in Charleston is still, unmistakably, the man who stood in Springfield in the February cold 8 years ago and asked the country to believe that something better was possible. He still believes it. The song says so. The Final Legacy, Climate, Cuba, and Final Triumphs, 2015 to 2017. The winter of 2015 arrives in Washington with a quiet, familiar chill, the kind that settles into the bones of the city's old stone buildings and lingers in the bare branches of the trees lining the National Mall. But inside the White House, there is no stillness. There is instead the low, constant hum of a presidency in motion. Telephones ringing in distant corridors, the soft footsteps of aides moving with purpose through carpeted hallways, and at the center of it all, a man who knows that time is no longer something he can afford to waste. Barack Obama is in the final stretch. He knows it the way a long-distance runner knows the last mile, not with exhaustion, not with relief, but with a sharpened, almost fierce concentration. Every decision now carries the weight of permanence. Every morning he walks into the Oval Office, he is aware that the sand in the hourglass is falling faster, and that the things left undone are the things that will define not just his presidency, but the world his daughters will inherit. He sits at the resolute desk on an early morning in January, the pale winter light falling across the surface of the wood, across the papers stacked in careful order before him. He is reading a briefing on climate change, not for the first time, not even for the 100th time, but with the urgency of a man who has decided that this is the fight he will not leave unfinished. The science is not new to him. He has read the projections, studied the models, listened to the world's most brilliant minds explain in language both technical and devastating what is coming for the planet if the nations of the world do not act. And now, after years of laying groundwork, after years of international conversations and quiet diplomatic pressure and domestic battles fought and sometimes lost, the moment is arriving. Paris is on the horizon. The United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP21, as it is known in the formal language of international diplomacy, is scheduled for November and December of 2015 in Paris, France. It is, by any measure, the most ambitious gathering of world leaders on the subject of climate that humanity has ever attempted. Nearly 200 nations, representing billions of people, billions of tons of carbon emissions, and centuries of industrialization, will sit together in a vast conference hall outside Paris and attempt to do something that has never been done before: agree collectively and bindingly to change the fundamental way the world uses energy. Obama has been working toward this moment for years. It did not begin in Paris. It began in the quiet, persistent work of bilateral diplomacy, in the long conversations between American and Chinese officials, in the careful cultivation of a relationship between the world's two largest economies and its two largest emitters of greenhouse gases. Because Obama understood something that many in Washington had not yet fully grasped, that no climate agreement could be meaningful without China. And no agreement with China could be achieved without trust. He had sent his Secretary of State, John Kerry, a man who carried the climate cause with genuine, almost spiritual conviction, into meetings across the world. He had tasked his national security team with threading the needle between economic interests and environmental necessity. And he had done something that American presidents rarely do with China. He had chosen in the fall of 2014 to stand side by side with President Xi Jinping in Beijing and announce a joint commitment to reducing carbon emissions. The image had been striking. Two men, two nations, two economies that often regarded each other with suspicion and rivalry, standing together and declaring to the world that the climate was more important than the competition. That announcement had changed the diplomatic landscape entirely. Other nations, watching America and China align, had begun to feel the political permission to do the same. The dominoes of commitment had begun, slowly and then with gathering momentum, to fall. And now, as 2015 unfolds, Obama is preparing to go to Paris not as a spectator, not as a ceremonial presence, but as a negotiator, a man who intends to leave that city with something real. He travels to Paris in late November, and the city receives him with the weight of recent tragedy still fresh in the air. Just weeks before, on the night of November 13th, Paris had been shattered by a series of coordinated terrorist attacks at the Bataclan Concert Hall, at cafes and restaurants across the city, at the Stade de France. 130 people had been killed. The city was grieving. The question, in the days following, had been whether the climate conference should proceed at all, whether it was appropriate, whether it was safe, whether the world had the emotional and logistical capacity to gather in Paris with such fresh wounds. Obama had been among those who argued, firmly and without hesitation, that it must go forward. That to cancel the conference would be to hand a victory to those who sought to fracture the world's ability to cooperate. That the men and women who had died in Paris on that November night would not be honored by the world retreating into itself. And so the conference opens, and Obama arrives, and when he stands before the assembled delegates of the world, the leaders of nearly 200 nations, the representatives of billions of human beings, he speaks with a gravity that fills the room. He tells them that climate change is not a distant threat. He tells them that the glaciers are already retreating, that the seas are already rising, that the droughts and floods and storms that communities around the world are already experiencing are not the warnings of what might come, they are the early chapters of what is already here. He speaks of his visit to Alaska earlier that year, where he had walked on a glacier that had retreated dramatically within living memory, where he had seen with his own eyes what the data had long been telling him. He speaks of the obligation that the powerful nations of the world carry toward the vulnerable ones, the small island nations whose very existence is threatened by rising seas, the developing countries that have contributed least to the problem and stand to suffer most from its consequences. He speaks with the calm, deliberate authority of a man who has made his peace with the difficulty of what is being asked, and who is asking anyway. The negotiations that follow are intense. They are conducted in dozens of languages, across scores of bilateral meetings, and late-night sessions, in conference rooms crowded with diplomats and technical experts and legal advisors. The sticking points are real and deeply felt. Developing nations want assurances that they will receive financial support to transition to clean energy without sacrificing the economic growth they need. Wealthier nations wrestle with the political constraints imposed by their own industries and electorates. The gap between ambition and commitment is wide, and the work of narrowing it is painstaking. But there is something in the air in Paris in those days, something that goes beyond the normal rhythms of international diplomacy. There is a sense, fragile, uncertain, but unmistakably present, that the world is ready to do something it has never done before. That the accumulation of scientific evidence, of extreme weather events, of public pressure from millions of people around the globe who have taken to streets and squares to demand action, has brought humanity to a threshold. On the evening of December 12, 2015, the gavel falls in Paris. The Paris Agreement is adopted. 196 parties, essentially every nation on Earth, have agreed to commit to nationally determined targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, to review and strengthen those targets over time, and to pursue the goal of limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, with efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. A fund is established to help developing nations adapt to climate impacts and transition to clean energy. It is not perfect. No agreement negotiated among nearly 200 nations with competing interests and different histories can be perfect. But it is real. It is historic. And for Obama, standing in the quiet of the American delegation's rooms in Paris that evening, it is the fulfillment of something he had promised himself years ago, that he would not leave office without giving the world a fighting chance. He flies back to Washington with the agreement in hand, and he knows that the work of implementation lies ahead. The regulations, the international partnerships, the domestic political battles that will come when his opponents in Congress seek to undo what Paris has built. But for now, for this one moment, the planet has made a promise to itself. And he was there when it happened. Back in Washington, as the champagne of the Paris moment fades into the ordinary business of governance, there is another diplomatic project that has been unfolding, one that is, in its own way, just as historically resonant, just as freighted with decades of conflict and ideology and human cost. Cuba. For more than half a century, the United States and Cuba had existed in a state of frozen hostility, the longest sustained diplomatic standoff in American Cold War history. Since 1961, when President Dwight Eisenhower severed diplomatic relations with the government of Fidel Castro, the two nations had been separated by 90 miles of open water and an ideological chasm that seemed, through administration after administration, too wide to cross. An embargo had been in place since 1962, limiting trade, travel, and virtually every form of normal interaction between the two countries. American citizens could not freely visit Cuba. Cuban Americans could not easily send money home to their families. Diplomatic relations were non-existent. The human cost of this estrangement was real and complex. It was felt in the Cuban families separated by immigration and politics, in the Cuban economy strangled by decades of limited trade, in the communities of Cuban Americans in Miami and New Jersey, and across the United States, who carried the exile experience in their bones, and for whom the question of normalization was never merely political. It was personal, it was historical, it was the story of their own lives. Obama had been thinking about Cuba since before he was president. He had questioned privately and then publicly whether a policy designed to isolate and pressure the Castro government had, after more than 50 years, achieved anything meaningful. The Castro government was still in power. Cuba was still governed as a one-party state. The embargo had not toppled the regime. It had simply made ordinary Cuban life more difficult, while giving the Cuban government a convenient external enemy to point to as the source of the island's problems. The case for change was not a case for abandoning concern about human rights in Cuba. It was rather the argument that engagement, real, sustained human engagement, was a more effective tool for change than isolation had ever been. The secret negotiations had begun long before the public knew anything about them. For 18 months, American and Cuban officials had been meeting in Canada and in the Vatican, brokering conversations that would have seemed even a few years earlier like the stuff of fiction. Pope Francis had played a quiet but crucial role, lending the moral authority of the papacy to the effort to bring the two sides together. On December 17, 2014, a date that Obama would later describe as one of the most meaningful of his presidency, he and Raúl Castro, who had succeeded his brother Fidel as Cuba's leader, spoke by phone for more than 45 minutes. It was the first substantive conversation between the leaders of the two nations in decades. And at the end of it, both men had agreed to announce, simultaneously and publicly, that their countries would begin the process of normalizing diplomatic relations. Obama had stood in the cabinet room that day and delivered the announcement to the American people in clear, deliberate language. He had told them that 50 years of isolation had not worked, that it was time to try something new, that the Cold War belonged to the past, that the future required a different approach, not the abandonment of American values, but a different method of advancing them. The announcement had been met with fierce criticism from some quarters, particularly among older Cuban American communities for whom normalization felt like an abandonment of principle, a legitimization of a government that had caused immeasurable suffering. Obama listened to those criticisms and did not dismiss them. He knew the history. He knew what the Castro government had done to its own people, the political prisoners, the suppression of dissent, the decades of authoritarian rule. He was not naive about any of it. But he believed, and said so plainly, that the best path toward a more open Cuba was not more decades of the same failed approach. It was presence. It was conversation. It was the transformative power of ordinary human contact. And so in 2015, with the diplomatic groundwork laid, the work of implementation begins. The United States and Cuba restore diplomatic relations. The American Embassy in Havana, which had been shuttered since 1961, reopens. The Cuban Embassy in Washington does the same. Travel restrictions are eased. Some trade barriers are loosened. And in a gesture that carries enormous symbolic weight, Obama begins planning something that no sitting American president has done in 88 years. He is going to Cuba. The trip is announced, and the reaction is immediate and intense. Critics argue that a presidential visit legitimizes the Castro government, rewards authoritarianism, sends the wrong message. Supporters argue that it is a historic opportunity to demonstrate the seriousness of America's commitment to a new era in the relationship, to speak directly to the Cuban people, to stand on the island and say plainly and in person what America believes about freedom and dignity and the rights of human beings. Obama arrives in Havana On a Sunday evening in March 2016, Air Force One touches down at Jose Marti International Airport, and Obama steps out into the warm Caribbean air of a city that has been preparing for this moment with a mixture of excitement, curiosity, and a cautious, not quite trusting hope. The streets of old Havana, with their faded colonial architecture and their vintage American cars from the 1950s, those beautiful, improbable survivors of another era, are lined with Cubans who have come out to see the American president. He visits the historic Cathedral of Havana. He stands in the Plaza de la Revolucion, beneath the enormous steel outline of Che Guevara's face that gazes down from the Ministry of the Interior. He meets with Cuban civil society leaders, dissidents and activists and entrepreneurs who are navigating the space between the government's rules and their own aspirations. He shakes hands and speaks quietly and listens, because he understands that listening is itself a form of diplomacy. And then he speaks to the Cuban people directly, in a televised address that is broadcast across the island. He stands at the Gran Teatro de la Habana, a magnificent building of colonial grandeur in the heart of the city, and he speaks with an openness and a directness that cuts through decades of diplomatic formality. He tells the Cuban people that he has come not to impose, not to lecture, but to talk, as one people to another. He acknowledges the history of American interference in Cuba's affairs, the interventions, the support for authoritarian regimes, before Castro, the decades of the embargo, and he does not shy away from that history. He holds it honestly, because he believes that honest acknowledgement is the only foundation on which a new relationship can be built. But he also speaks about freedom. He speaks about the rights that he believes all human beings possess, the right to speak freely, to organize peacefully, to choose their own leaders, to be treated with dignity by their governments. He speaks these things not as accusations, but as convictions, as the things he believes, as deeply as he believes anything. The speech is received in Cuba with an attention that the island rarely gives to foreign leaders. Because Obama is not quite a foreign leader to the Cuban imagination, he is, in some strange way, a familiar presence, someone whose name and face have filtered through the embargo for years, someone whose own story, the son of an African father, raised in complicated circumstances, arrived at the pinnacle of American power through education and effort and belief, resonates in a country that has its own complicated relationship with America's racial history. He also attends a baseball game. Because Cuba loves baseball the way it loves few other things, and because the image of an American president sitting in the stands of a Havana stadium, watching Cuba play the United States in an exhibition game, surrounded by Cuban families eating peanuts and cheering for their team, is exactly the kind of ordinary, human, uncomplicated moment that 50 years of hostility had made impossible. He watches the game with Raúl Castro sitting beside him. Two men from two different worlds, representing two different systems, watching a sport they both understand. It is, in its own way, a profound image. Not a solution to the deep political differences between their countries. Not an erasure of history. But a beginning. A suggestion that something else is possible. He flies home from Havana with the conviction that he has done something lasting, not just in the diplomatic ledger, but in the human imagination of what the United States and Cuba can eventually become to each other. The year 2016 arrives with the peculiar combination of hope and turbulence that has characterized so much of Obama's time in office. He is now, unmistakably, a president in his final year. The political season is already beginning to dominate the American conversation. A presidential election is approaching, and the field of candidates is taking shape in ways that are sometimes bewildering, sometimes alarming, and always consuming. But Obama does not retreat. He governs as if he has all the time in the world, which is to say he governs with the urgency of a man who knows he does not. He pushes forward on criminal justice reform, signing the bipartisan First Step Act's predecessor legislation, and commuting the sentences of hundreds of nonviolent drug offenders who have been caught in the web of mandatory minimum sentencing laws that he believes have been unjust and racially disproportionate in their application. He sits with the families of men and women whose lives have been changed by the stroke of his pen, and he listens to their stories with the patience and the attention of a man who understands that law is not an abstraction, it is a force that reshapes human lives. He continues his work on gun violence, returning to the subject again and again with a persistence that sometimes verges on the anguished. After a gunman kills 9 people at a church in Charleston, South Carolina, in June of 2015, a historically black church, a manual African Methodist Episcopal church, a place of prayer targeted for the color of its congregation's skin, Obama flies to Charleston to deliver the eulogy for Clementa Pinckney, the church's pastor and a South Carolina state senator. And in the middle of that eulogy, in the quiet of a packed arena full of grieving people, he does something no one expects. He pauses. He gathers himself. And he begins to sing Amazing Grace. His voice is not a singer's voice. It is the voice of an ordinary man doing something extraordinary, using the power of that ancient hymn to hold a community together in a moment of devastating loss. The arena joins him. Thousands of voices rising together. It is one of the most human moments of his presidency, and it is the kind of moment that no speech can manufacture, that no political calculation can produce. It is simply a man in grief, reaching for the oldest and most honest tool he has. As the final months of 2016 unfold, the political landscape shifts beneath Obama's feet in ways that he had not fully anticipated. The presidential election takes place in November, and its outcome, Donald Trump's victory over Hillary Clinton, arrives in the early morning hours like a cold tide, unexpected in its force if not entirely without warning. Obama watches the results with the complicated emotions of a man whose legacy is now immediately, undeniably in question. He has over 8 years built things. The Affordable Care Act, which has extended health coverage to more than 20 million Americans. The economic recovery from the deepest recession since the Great Depression. The Paris Agreement. The diplomatic opening with Cuba. The killing of Osama bin Laden. The end of combat operations in Iraq. The first regulation of carbon emissions from power plants in American history. The legalization of same-sex marriage, not his act, but his administration's decision not to defend the Defense of Marriage Act, and his own public evolution on the issue, had cleared a path. 2 Supreme Court justices confirmed. The Dodd-Frank financial reform legislation. The rescue of the American auto industry. The withdrawal from the worst of the Bush-era torture policies. Years of sustained economic growth and record-setting job creation. These are not abstractions. They are real, consequential changes in the daily lives of millions of people. And now, in the early hours of November 9, 2016, it is clear that the man who will succeed him has promised to dismantle many of them. Obama sits with this knowledge in the quiet of the White House residence, and he does what he has always done in the face of setbacks. He thinks. He processes. He tries to understand not just what has happened, but why. He has spent 8 years listening to the America that loved him, and he now sits with the responsibility of understanding the America that chose something different. Not because he agrees with that choice, but because he believes, as he has always believed, that the work of democracy requires understanding the full complexity of the country you serve. The morning after the election, he meets with his staff. Some of them are grieving. Some are in shock. And he does the thing that leaders do in the hardest moments. He steadies the room. He tells them that the sun rose this morning. That the country will go on. That their work, the work of progressive governance and evidence-based policy, and the long, grinding effort to move the country toward a more perfect version of itself is not finished. That it will never be finished. That it is the nature of democracy, that the work is never finished, that every generation must pick it up and carry it forward, and that what this moment requires is not despair but clarity. He prepares for the transition with a grace and a professionalism that his advisors later describe as one of his finest hours. He invites Donald Trump to the White House, and the two men sit together in the Oval Office for more than an hour. Obama later tells close aides that the conversation was longer and more substantive than he had expected. He tries to impress upon his successor the gravity and the complexity of the office, the daily intelligence briefings, the nuclear codes, the impossible decisions that arrive without warning and demand answers before the world has had time to fully understand the questions. Whether any of it lands, he cannot know. But he tries. Because that is what the peaceful transfer of power requires. It is what democracy requires. And Obama believes in democracy with the whole of his heart, even when it delivers verdicts he would not have chosen. The final months of his presidency are spent in a kind of sustained, deliberate grace. He issues final regulations, finalizes executive actions, commutes the sentences of hundreds more nonviolent drug offenders. He visits the troops overseas one last time. He and Michelle host a series of farewell events at the White House, celebrations for the staff and the friends and the communities who have been part of their 8-year journey in that remarkable, storied house. He travels to Chicago on January 10, 2017, to deliver his farewell address. He chooses Chicago not by accident. It is the city where his political life began, the city where he organized and taught and ran for office and built piece by piece the foundation of everything that followed. He addresses the crowd at the United Center, and the crowd receives him with a love that is almost too large for the room to contain. He speaks about democracy, about the responsibilities of citizens, about the dangers of tribalism, and the seductive comfort of retreating into communities of people who think exactly as you do. He speaks about race, honestly, without flinching, because he has never been willing to pretend that the question of race in America is resolved. He speaks about economic inequality, about the hollowing out of the middle class, about the way that globalization and technological change have left too many Americans feeling left behind and unheard. He speaks about immigration and climate and the responsibilities that power carries. And he speaks about his family, about Michelle, who has been beside him through every year of this extraordinary, improbable journey, who gave up her own career trajectory, her privacy, her ordinary life, to stand with him in the center of the American story, who transformed the role of First Lady into something that was entirely her own, planting a garden on the White House lawn, fighting for childhood nutrition, launching programs to support military families, inspiring a generation of young women with the uncomplicated, luminous power of her own example. He speaks about Malia and Sasha, who grew up in the White House, who were 7 and 10 when they arrived, and are now young women preparing to make their own way in the world. He speaks of them with a father's love and a father's pride, and a father's awareness of all the ways in which the extraordinary circumstances of their childhoods asked more of them than it had any right to. And then he says simply, "Yes, we can. Yes, we did. Yes, we can." The crowd roars. And Obama stands there for a moment, soaking it in, the love of the city that made him, the sound of a democracy expressing itself in the most direct and human way, the warmth of 1,000 shared moments stretching back over 8 extraordinary years. 10 days later, on January 20, 2017, Barack Obama stands on the steps of the United States Capitol for the last time as President of the United States and watches as Donald Trump is inaugurated as his successor. He stands with the dignity and the composure that has defined him throughout his public life. No visible anguish, no performance of emotion he does not feel, just the quiet, steady presence of a man who has done what he set out to do, who has given what he had to give, and who is now ready to let go. He and Michelle board a military helicopter that lifts them away from the Capitol, away from the White House, away from the center of power where they have lived for 8 years. The city falls away beneath them. They are, for the first time in 8 years, private citizens. He does not feel, in those moments, the weight of the things that will come next. He does not know which of his achievements will survive the political weather ahead, which executive actions will be rescinded, which regulations rolled back, which international agreements abandoned. He knows that the Paris Agreement is fragile. He knows that the Cuba opening is uncertain. He knows that the Affordable Care Act faces sustained attack. He knows all of this, and he carries it, because that is the peculiar burden of a presidency ended but not concluded, of a legacy that is by its nature unfinished. But he also carries something else. He carries the memory of the faces he has seen across 8 years, the factory workers in Ohio who shook his hand and told him their jobs were saved, the young people who received health coverage for the first time and went to the doctor for the first time in their adult lives, the same-sex couples who could finally marry the person they loved with the full recognition of the law, the veterans who came home from wars and found support waiting for them, the children who sat in the East Room of the White House and asked the president a question and got a real answer, the little boy who reached up on the day of Obama's second inauguration and touched his head and said simply, "Is your hair like mine?" And Obama had bent down, and the boy had touched his hair, and the photograph of that moment had gone around the world as evidence of something profound and quietly revolutionary, that the most powerful man in the world looked like that boy, that the distance between that child's life and the life of a president had been narrowed, had been made imaginable, by 8 years of one remarkable man's presence in one remarkable house. That is the legacy that cannot be legislated away, or rolled back or undone by any subsequent administration. It lives in the imagination of every child who grew up watching Barack Obama and understood, in a way that only image and symbol can convey, that the American promise is meant for all of them. It lives in the international image of the United States as a nation capable of change, capable of electing a leader who represents the full complexity of its history and its future. It lives in the climate agreement and the healthcare law and the diplomatic openings and the financial reforms and the hundreds of commuted sentences and the 2 Supreme Court justices and the many thousands of quiet, incremental decisions that move the machinery of government in the direction of greater fairness and greater opportunity. The helicopter carries Barack and Michelle Obama toward a waiting plane, toward Palm Springs, toward the beginning of a rest they have long since earned. The city recedes. The monuments grow small. The dome of the Capitol catches the January light and gleams briefly in the winter afternoon. And Barack Obama looks down at the city, and then he looks ahead. Because that has always been his direction. Ahead, Citizen Obama, the modern elder statesman 2017 to 2026. The plane lands in Palm Springs on the afternoon of January 20, 2017, and Barack Obama steps out into the warm California desert air as a private citizen for the first time in a decade. The sun is low and golden over the San Jacinto Mountains, and the dry heat wraps around him like something he had forgotten. The ordinary warmth of an ordinary afternoon, and scheduled, unscripted, belonging entirely to him. There are no briefings waiting. No crisis requiring immediate attention. No aide at his elbow with a folder of decisions that cannot be deferred. There is just the afternoon, and the stillness and Michelle beside him, and the strange wide-open feeling of a life temporarily returned to itself. He sleeps. He sleeps more than he has slept in years. He reads, not intelligence reports or policy memos but books. Novels. History. The kind of long, unhurried reading that the presidency makes nearly impossible, where you can follow a sentence to its end and then follow it somewhere else, where your mind is not constantly interrupted by the press of events demanding your attention. He plays golf. He takes walks. He lets the silence of a private life settle over him. And he discovers that silence, for a man who has spent a decade at the center of the world's loudest conversations, is not empty. It is restorative. It is, in its own quiet way, a form of healing. Michelle exhales too. She cuts her hair differently. She wears what she wants. She laughs with a looseness and a freedom that even the most graceful first ladyship could not entirely allow. She and Barack are, in those first months, simply a couple, a husband and a wife who have been through something extraordinary together, and are now, for the first time in a very long time, allowed to just be with each other without the whole world watching every moment of it. They travel. They visit Richard Branson on his private island in the British Virgin Islands, and the photographs that emerge, Obama kitesurfing, laughing, leaning into the wind with an abandon that no sitting president could ever permit himself, circulate around the world and become their own kind of statement. Not a political statement. Simply a human one. The man can breathe now. He is breathing. They visit French Polynesia, sailing through the impossibly blue waters of the South Pacific on a yacht with friends, surrounded by the kind of natural beauty that makes the difficulties of the world feel, for a moment, very far away. They visit Italy and Spain, and the kind of easy European wandering that is the reward of a life lived under extraordinary constraint. But Obama is not, has never been, a man capable of pure disengagement. Even in the hammock, and on the golf course, and in the pages of his novels, part of his mind is always working, processing, analyzing, returning to the questions that have defined his adult life. What is America? What does it owe its citizens? Where is it going? And what, if anything, is his responsibility toward it, now that the formal power is gone? These questions begin to answer themselves almost immediately, because the world does not pause to allow him to figure out what kind of former president he intends to be. Events unfold. Policies are reversed. The Paris Agreement, which he had described as one of the great achievements of his presidency, is put on the path to abandonment. The Affordable Care Act faces a sustained legislative assault that comes closer than the public fully understands to succeeding. The executive orders on immigration are reversed. The diplomatic channels with Cuba begin to close. And Obama watches all of this from the private distance of a man who has surrendered the levers of power, which is one of the most particular forms of helplessness that a certain kind of person can experience. He is disciplined about it. He honors the tradition of former presidents not publicly attacking their successors, the unwritten rule that there is only one president at a time, and that the previous occupant of the office owes the institution, if not always the individual, a measure of deference. He had been the beneficiary of that tradition himself. George W. Bush had, for the most part, maintained it through Obama's presidency, offering neither sustained criticism nor public interference. And Obama had respected that choice and intended to honor the same compact. But there are limits. And Obama begins, slowly and then with increasing clarity, to define what those limits are for him. He speaks out when he believes the core institutions of American democracy are under threat. He speaks out when he believes the values he ran on, decency, fairness, the dignity of all people, are being not merely opposed but actively mocked. He does not do this daily. He does not do it with the frequency or the ferocity that many of his supporters would like. He is measured, deliberate, selective. He is still always thinking about the long game. In the summer of 2017, he issues a statement in response to the violence in Charlottesville, Virginia, where white nationalists marching through the streets had clashed with counter-protesters, and a young woman named Heather Heyer had been killed when a man drove a car into a crowd. The statement, posted quietly on social media without ceremony, becomes one of the most widely shared pieces of writing of that year. He quotes Nelson Mandela. He speaks about the essential humanity that all people share. He says, without ambiguity, that there is no equivalence between those who march under the banner of hate and those who stand against it. The statement is read by millions of people in a matter of hours, and its clarity and its moral directness feel, in that particular moment, like oxygen. He is building something in those early post-presidential years, though it is not always immediately clear what the shape of it will be. He and Michelle established the Obama Foundation, headquartered in Chicago, which becomes the organizing structure for much of what he wants to accomplish in the years ahead. The foundation's mission is centered on leadership development, the belief, which has been at the core of Obama's political philosophy since his days as a community organizer on the South Side of Chicago, that change does not come from the top down, but from the bottom up, that the most important thing a person of influence can do is to identify and nurture and support the next generation of leaders who will carry the work forward. The foundation creates programs for emerging leaders across the United States and around the world. Young men and women from diverse backgrounds who are working on problems in their communities, who have the passion and the intelligence and the commitment but sometimes lack the resources or the networks or the confidence that privilege too often provides automatically. Obama invests in them with the same quality of attention he brought to the biggest stages of his presidency. He sits with them in small rooms. He listens to what they are working on. He asks questions. He pushes back. He treats them with the seriousness that their ambitions deserve. The Obama Presidential Center, which begins its long and complicated planning and construction process in Chicago's South Side, in Jackson Park, on the edge of the neighborhood where Barack and Michelle's own story began, becomes the physical embodiment of that mission. It is not, he is careful to clarify, a traditional presidential library in the mold of its predecessors, a repository of documents and a monument to a completed chapter. It is intended to be a living institution, a campus of civic engagement, a gathering place for the community, a space where the next generation of leaders can come and learn and be supported and sent back into the world more capable than when they arrive. The planning of the center is not without controversy. Community groups in the neighborhoods surrounding Jackson Park raise concerns about displacement, about gentrification, about whether a presidential center that celebrates a son of the South Side will ultimately price the South Side's own residents out of their homes. Obama engages with these concerns, sometimes directly and sometimes through the foundation's community relations work. It is a complicated negotiation, and it does not always go smoothly. But it is also, in its own way, characteristic of the man, willing to build, willing to face the complications that building generates, unwilling to be paralyzed by the perfect being the enemy of the good. He writes. He has always written. His two pre-presidential books, Dreams from My Father and The Audacity of Hope, had established him as a serious literary talent long before he was a political phenomenon. Now, as a former president with time and distance and the full perspective of 8 years in the world's most demanding office, he turns to the project of writing the presidential memoirs that readers have been anticipating since before he left the White House. The first volume, A Promised Land, is published in November 2020. It covers the period from his childhood through the first term of his presidency, ending with the killing of Osama bin Laden. It is, by any measure, an extraordinary document, not the usual ghostwritten, carefully sanitized account that presidential memoirs so often become, but a genuinely literary work, written in Obama's own voice, with his own cadences and his own willingness to sit with complexity and doubt and the full human texture of an experience that most people will never have. He writes about his own failures and limitations with an honesty that is rare in the genre. He writes about the distance between what he wanted to accomplish and what the constraints of the office, political, constitutional, human, allowed him to accomplish. He writes about the loneliness of the presidency, the way that the office elevates and isolates simultaneously, the way that the man in the Oval Office is surrounded by people and profoundly alone. He writes about race, about what it meant to navigate the accumulated weight of American racial history from the most visible position in the country, about the calculations and the choices and the silences that the political environment sometimes required of him, and about the costs of those silences. He writes about Michel and his daughters with a tenderness that feels entirely genuine, unperformed, the love of a man who understands, perhaps more clearly in retrospect than he did in the middle of it all, how much those relationships sustained him. The book sells more than 3 million copies in its first month. It becomes the fastest-selling presidential memoir in history. People stand in long lines at bookstores to have it signed. Reading groups form around it. It is reviewed not just as a political document but as a work of literature. And the reviews, almost uniformly, acknowledge that Obama has written something that transcends the genre. He records the audiobook himself, reading his own words in that distinctive, unhurried voice, a voice that millions of Americans have the experience of knowing intimately, of having followed through the major events of a decade, of having heard at moments of celebration and moments of grief. Hearing him read his own book is, for many listeners, an experience that is quietly emotional in ways they do not entirely expect. It is the voice of someone they have, in some complicated, mediated way, lived through history with. Michel, in this period, is building her own legacy with characteristic force and clarity. Her memoir, Becoming, published in 2018, becomes one of the best-selling books in American publishing history. More than 15 million copies sold worldwide, translated into dozens of languages, read by people on every continent who find in her story not just the story of a first lady, but the story of a certain kind of American striving, of a girl from the south side of Chicago who was told in ways subtle and not so subtle that the institutions she aspired to were not quite built for her, and who went ahead and built her own place in them anyway, on her own terms. She tours the country in arenas not bookstores, speaking to crowds of tens of thousands who come not just for the book, but for the woman, for the quality of her presence, for the specific gravity of someone who has been through the fire and emerged with her values and her voice and her sense of humor entirely intact. Barack watches her with the particular pride of a partner who knows, in the deepest way, what it cost and what it meant. He has said publicly, many times, that Michelle Obama is the more talented of the two of them, and the way he says it makes clear that he is not performing modesty. He means it. He has always meant it. The years of the early post-presidency are also years in which Obama navigates the strange, vertiginous experience of watching the world he helped to shape be significantly reshaped by forces he had tried to contain. The global rise of nationalism and populism that had contributed to the 2016 election outcome is not an American phenomenon alone. It is playing out in Britain with Brexit, in Hungary and Poland with the consolidation of a liberal democracy, in Brazil and India and elsewhere with leaders who explicitly reject the internationalist, rules-based order that Obama had spent 8 years trying to strengthen. He speaks about these trends at forums and summits and gatherings of world leaders and young people from around the globe. He speaks in South Africa, in a speech marking the centenary of Nelson Mandela's birth, with a passion and a directness that is striking from a man who has spent a year and a half carefully moderating his public voice. He tells the crowd in Johannesburg that democracy is under threat around the world. He tells them that the progress made in the decades since Mandela walked out of prison is not permanent, is not guaranteed, is not something that can be taken for granted. He tells them that the politics of fear and resentment and nostalgia for imaginary golden ages is a seductive force that democracies must actively resist. He does not name the American president. He does not need to. The audience understands. He launches Obama Voices, a podcast that reaches millions of listeners and brings him into direct, regular conversation with the American public in a way that bypasses the traditional media structures he has always had a complicated relationship with. He talks to ordinary people about their lives and their communities and the things they are working on. And he listens with the genuine attention of a man who has never entirely shed the community organizer's instinct for understanding what people actually need as opposed to what politicians think they need. He continues his support for young leaders globally through the Obama Foundation's expanding network of programs. The Foundation's reach extends to Africa, to Asia, to Latin America, to communities across the United States that have been underserved and overlooked, finding and nurturing leaders who will not make headlines for years, perhaps ever, but who are doing the quiet, essential work of making their communities more just and more livable and more hopeful. In 2020, the world is struck by a pandemic of a severity that most living people have never experienced. COVID-19 spreads from a city in China across the entire surface of the planet in a matter of months, killing hundreds of thousands, then millions, disrupting every system of human organization, closing schools and businesses and borders, isolating people in their homes, and separating families across distances that suddenly feel unbridgeable. The human cost is staggering. The economic cost is catastrophic. And the political cost, in the United States and around the world, is profound. Obama watches the pandemic response with the specific anguish of a man who built the infrastructure for responding to exactly this kind of crisis, and who had left behind pandemic preparedness plans and a dedicated National Security Council team for global health security, both of which had been dismantled in the years following his departure from office. He speaks out about the importance of science, about the necessity of trusting public health expertise, about the particular danger of a moment in which facts themselves have become contested, in which the basic epistemological agreement that allows democratic societies to function, the shared understanding that some things are true and other things are false, has been severely eroded. He campaigns vigorously for Joe Biden in the 2020 presidential election. And as the pandemic makes traditional campaign rallies impossible, he makes speeches in near-empty venues and parking lots, his voice carrying across rows of cars whose occupants honk their horns in lieu of applause. It is one of the stranger images of a strange political season. But his voice still carries weight. His argument, that the country needs to restore a fundamental competence and decency to the conduct of government, lands with clarity in a moment when the contrast between what government can be and what it has been is impossible to ignore. Biden wins. And Obama, watching the results come in on the night of November 7, 2020, feels something he had not been fully prepared to feel, a relief so deep it surprises him. Not because Biden is his close political ally, though he is. Not because he agrees with every choice Biden will make, though he agrees with many. But because the institutions held. The election was held, counted, contested through the courts, and ultimately the result that the votes produced was the result that was recognized. In a year of devastating uncertainty, that ordinary miracle, democracy doing what democracy is designed to do, feels, in November 2020, like anything but ordinary. He attends Biden's inauguration in January 2021, standing on the steps of the Capitol alongside George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, three former presidents in masks on a cold winter day, bearing witness to a transition of power that has survived an assault unlike anything American democracy has experienced in living memory. The assault on the Capitol that occurred 2 weeks earlier, on January 6, 2021, when a mob attacked the building in an attempt to disrupt the certification of the election results, has shaken the country in ways that are still reverberating. Obama had condemned it immediately and without equivocation, calling it a moment of disgrace, an attack on the very heart of the democratic system he has devoted his adult life to serving. Standing on those steps in January 2021, watching Joe Biden place his hand on the Bible and take the oath of office, Obama allows himself the quiet satisfaction of knowing that the thing he feared most, the permanent rupture of the American Democratic Compact, has not happened. Not yet. Not today. The years that follow continue to present the world with challenges of a magnitude and a complexity that would test any generation. Climate change accelerates. The wildfires and the floods and the storms that Obama had warned about in Paris grow more frequent and more severe. The geopolitical order shifts with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, a brutal conflict that forces Europe to reckon with the nature of security and sovereignty in ways it had not fully confronted in decades. Artificial intelligence emerges as a transformative force with implications so far-reaching and so unpredictable that even the most sophisticated analysts struggle to map its consequences. The global economy fractures and reknits along lines of competition and cooperation that are new and disorienting. Through all of it, Obama remains a presence. Not the loudest voice. Not always the most prominent figure in any given conversation. But a presence, steady, thoughtful, engaged, that represents a certain possibility of what public life can look like. He speaks at climate summits, consistently and persistently, pushing for acceleration of the commitments made in Paris, and urging the world not to let the complexity of the problem become an excuse for inaction. He speaks about democracy and the responsibilities of citizens in free societies with the conviction of someone who has seen, from the very center of power, how fragile those systems can be, and how much depends on ordinary people choosing to participate rather than retreat. He mentors young leaders with a consistency and a generosity that people who work with him describe as one of his most defining post-presidential characteristics. He shows up. He reads their work. He makes introductions. He gives the kind of practical, specific advice that only comes from someone who has actually sat in the chair and made the decisions and lived with the consequences. He does not romanticize the work. He tells them the truth about it, the frustrations and the compromises and the gap between aspiration and achievement that is the permanent condition of anyone who tries to change anything in the real world. And he tells them to do it anyway. Because it matters. Because the alternative, stepping back, giving up, deciding that the system is too broken to be worth engaging, is worse. He and Michelle settle into a life that is rich and full, and genuinely their own. They divide their time between Washington, where they have kept a home in the Kalorama neighborhood since leaving the White House, and Martha's Vineyard, where the summer community of writers and artists and thinkers has long provided the kind of intellectual companionship that Obama has always needed and enjoyed. They travel. They entertain. They read and talk and argue and laugh in the way of people who have known each other for a very long time, and have, through the extraordinary crucible of the experience they have shared, arrived at a depth of partnership that is rare. Malia and Sasha grow into young women of remarkable capability and privacy. They have navigated the fishbowl of their childhood and adolescence with a grace that their parents find astonishing, and they are now making their own ways in the world, on their own terms, in directions that Barack and Michelle watch with the particular pride and particular anxiety of parents who know that their children's lives belong to their children. Obama turned 60 in 2021. And the milestone prompts the kind of reflection that significant birthdays tend to generate in thoughtful people. He has lived, by any measure, an extraordinary life. He has gone from the son of a Kenyan economist and a Kansas anthropologist, born in Hawaii, raised in Indonesia and back in Hawaii, shaped by Occidental College and Columbia University and the streets of Chicago's South Side, to the presidency of the United States. He has made history in ways that were, when he was a child, literally unimaginable, not because the imagination was insufficient, but because the country had not yet arrived at the place where they became possible. He helped bring it there. He thinks about the people who shaped him. His mother, Anne, with her relentless curiosity and her generous, complicated view of the world, who died of cancer in 1995 before she could see what her son became. His grandmother, Madeline Dunham, whom he called Toot, the Kansas-born bank executive who raised him in Honolulu with a practicality and a quiet love that grounded him when everything else was in motion, and who died heartbreakingly 2 days before he was elected president in 2008, not quite making it to the moment she had given so much to help create. His grandfather, Stanley, with his stories and his dreams, and his belief that America was a place where the unlikely was always possible. His father, Barack Obama Sr., whom he barely knew, whose absence was itself a presence in his childhood, whose complicated legacy he spent years grappling with in the pages of his first book and in the quieter, less articulable spaces of his own psychology. He thinks about the mentors, and the teachers, and the organizers, and the politicians who took him seriously when he was young and unknown and had not yet proved what he would prove. About the voters, the people of Illinois who first sent him to the state Senate, then to the United States Senate, the millions of Americans who stood in lines in November of 2008 and made something happen that the world had not expected and many had not believed possible. He thinks about what it meant to be the first. Not just the historical weight of it, which was always there, always present, sometimes suffocating in its implications, but the specific daily experience of being a black man navigating the highest and most scrutinized office in the world, of holding every reaction and every expression and every word to a standard that no president before him had been required to meet, of being not just a man, but a symbol at every moment of every day. He carried that with more grace than perhaps anyone had a right to expect. He carries it still. The Obama Presidential Center opens on the south side of Chicago in 2025, after years of planning and construction and community negotiation and legal challenge. The campus rises in Jackson Park with a scale and an ambition that reflect everything Obama hoped it would be: a museum, a library, a community gathering space, a forum for civic engagement, a training ground for future leaders, a place that belongs to the neighborhood as much as to the historical record. The opening is a celebration not just of a presidency, but of a community, of Chicago's South Side, of the extraordinary journey that began in those streets and circled the world and came home. He stands at the opening and looks out at the crowd, the community members, and the elected officials, and the young people who have come from across the country and around the world, the neighbors and the friends and the family members, and the colleagues of a lifetime in public service. He looks at Michelle. He looks at his daughters. He looks at the building that will carry his name into the future, and he feels something that he will later struggle to articulate precisely. Not pride exactly, though there is pride. Not satisfaction exactly, though there is satisfaction. Something more like gratitude. A profound, quiet, almost overwhelming gratitude for the life he has been given, for the country that made it possible, for the people who trusted him with their hopes and their votes and their stories, for the improbable, magnificent, terrible, beautiful American journey that brought a boy from Hawaii and Indonesia and the south side of Chicago to this place, on this morning, with this life behind him and whatever comes next still ahead. He is 63 years old in 2025. He is healthy and vigorous and intellectually alive in ways that the people who work with him find remarkable and a little humbling. He reads voraciously. He thinks carefully. He speaks selectively, choosing his moments with the deliberation of someone who understands that the power of a voice is partly a function of how often it is used. He is, in the fullest sense, a citizen, engaged, active, committed, present. Not a former president coasting on legacy. Not a ceremonial elder, content to accept honors and make occasional appearances. A man still working, still building, still believing, with the stubborn, evidence-tested conviction of a lifetime, that the arc of the moral universe is long, but that it bends toward justice. He says this not because he is certain of it. The evidence, in any given moment, can seem to point the other way. He says it because he believes that the work of bending it, the daily, unglamorous, frequently discouraging, absolutely essential work of trying to make the world more fair and more free and more humane, is the only work worth doing. And because he has given his life to that work, and the giving has cost him, and it has made him, and he would not undo any of it. There is a photograph taken of Obama sometime in the mid-2020s. Not an official photograph, not a posed portrait, but a candid image captured at some informal gathering, perhaps a foundation event, perhaps a dinner with friends. In it, he is laughing. Not the presidential smile, not the careful, calibrated expression of a man aware of every camera in the room, but a full, unguarded, head-thrown-back laugh, the kind that comes from somewhere deep and true and entirely unrehearsed. His face in that moment is the face of a man who is happy. A man who has found, on the other side of an extraordinary life, something that looks remarkably like peace. The story of Barack Obama is not finished. That is perhaps the most important thing to understand about it. He is still here, still thinking, still working, still giving the next generation of leaders the benefit of everything he has learned and everything he has survived. The world he helped to shape is still being shaped by forces he set in motion. The healthcare law that covers millions of Americans, the climate framework that nations around the world still work within, the precedent of his own election that lives in the imagination of every child who grows up, knowing that the presidency of the United States is not restricted by the color of the person who holds it. He is, in the truest sense, an elder statesman. Not in the ceremonial sense of someone who has been put on the shelf of history to be admired from a distance, but in the ancient, essential sense of a person who has gathered wisdom at considerable cost, and is now, with clarity, and with generosity, and with the particular authority of lived experience, sharing it with those who come after. The architect of hope. That is what they call him, and it is not wrong. But perhaps the more precise word is not architect, with its implication of a completed structure, a building already built and standing and done. Perhaps the more precise word is gardener. Someone who plants things that take years to grow. Someone who tends what others will eventually harvest. Someone who knows that the season they are working in is not the only season, that the work they do today will bear fruit in seasons they will never see, and who finds in that knowledge not despair but purpose, not loss but love. The afternoon light falls long and golden over the south side of Chicago, and somewhere in that city, in the streets and the schools and the community centers and the storefronts and the front porches of one of the great American neighborhoods, the future is already alive. It does not know yet what it will become. It does not know the particular shape that its possibilities will take. But it is there, curious and restless and full of a potential that the world has not yet measured. And the man who came from those streets and went out into the world and came back knows what that potential is worth. He has staked everything on it. He always has. This concludes Barack Obama, the architect of hope. The helicopter that lifted the 44th president away from the United States Capitol on January 20, 2017, marked the end of a momentous executive chapter, but not the conclusion of the story. As we have explored, the legacy of Barack Obama remains an active, living force, unfolding across the subsequent decade through his continued transition into a global elder statesman, the digital and physical footprint of the Obama Foundation, and the enduring inspiration felt by a generation of new leaders. The structural changes enacted during his 8 years in office, from the preservation of an economy to the architecture of sweeping social and environmental milestones, continue to navigate the volatile shifts of the modern political weather. Yet, the most permanent dimension of his journey resides outside the legislative ledger. It lives in the collective imagination of a diverse nation, standing as an unalterable historical precedent that the foundational promises of the American experiment are intended to expand and evolve. Ultimately, the narrative of the boy from Honolulu who organized the streets of Chicago reminds us that democratic progress is never a static, completed structure. It is a patient, demanding, and multi-generational labor, a garden that must be continuously tended by citizens who refuse to let the complexity of the present obscure the possibilities of the future. The historical arc continues to bend, not by chance, but by the persistent will of those who choose to step forward and carry the work into the seasons yet to come. Thank you for listening to this complete, long-form biography audiobook. If you found value in this deep dive into modern American history, please take a moment to support our independent publishing work. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell to ensure you never miss our future biographical releases. We welcome your thoughts, reflections, and insights in the comments section below. Until next time, keep looking ahead,